they can only do so much, but we need to change the laws to where they have the ability to perform their jobs, like arresting people when they're violating. Led on Sago, banana should a yosan. Ahorat ego benchit in the Hasna Gishin Koro by Elkit as well as with the Office of the Prosecutor, Department of Public Safety. We have Mr. Delmar with us. We have Mr. Bitsui with us, as well as Chief Francisco. And we have Law and Order Koro, not Ani Beshmas, Ando RDC. Kait Ashi Bikit 18th, Banana Shadet, Inigido, Kait Aye, Bez Ani Basaho Rodney. Be egonan de yoseniki koronasie be on nistoben ya lago presa bangatten don't see the yoke. We're going to be having a budget hearings probably in about another couple of months here, 3 months or so. So we need to start discussing these concerns for Department of Resource Enforcement. When we met with Ms. Wilson, we had a very long discussion. No, we're not just going to be talking about it again. We would like to walk away with some recommendations and say this is what we need to do. We need to keep focused on the budget as well as to how much money they're requesting and how we can equip them, not only with funds, but with their equipment that is much needed. They really are in dire need of equipment. So, ado ere ha akwagi koro hadistion and not seniki koro jurisdiction. So, Ms. Wilson, could you speak to this jurisdiction and enforcement issue?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, and also honorable members of Law and Order Committee, Chair, Vice Chair, both committees. Yaha big Mr. Chair, RDC Chair, Juno Yana, Nekodo, the Yego, and down, Equado, 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 hit down these, Nahalita, Badis, Nisa. So, what are to be hit the hundred or the Echo, the great resource force, Ajada Industry Rangers. Barunana, we have Rangers with the Arts and Recreation, so $80,000, but this is with the resource enforcement, Ajada Industry. So Lango be na hot ikodo ila khait ai ba atis mes ba na ki atis ki so she don't have ki atis ki de ya da kodos na understand again, just like Chair indicated that we'll make recommendations out of Shane Kodo. She not one out of these mes not this is not going to be we're going to have more meetings after this Kodona DBK relating to resource enforcement. Kodo, Arunana Kodo, Shanat, Anu Senegis to Azure Law and Order Committee, Arun Kid Azba, Mahadi is Niski, so Kodo Kedano, A give us Das Nisiki, Kodona Public Safety, Kodo, Executive Director Shanale, Mr. Delmar Kodo, Arun that Chief Francisco, and Juno that she's back in the 23rd Council, so Kodo, Sabbath Sick, Joe Dive, isn't that she's Ita, I think hot air that because hot 10 have the corner RDC, the industry, the not only the present days, the Sigidon, the Kidney, I think for a part of the Nabaki, so kind of what this Rangers, resource enforcement, for the baby now, a corner great Miss Wilson, Kodota, Hope Wilson, Julian, is a Kodoti, which in a hot I don't know. Even with the prosecutor's office, I just don't know how to know yet. So, 18 could but $1,000. At the end of the day, she will have a direction. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair,
Honorable,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
this
go
is
ahead.
Shammy. From our last meeting with Department of Resource Enforcement, one of the biggest concern that they had was the jurisdiction and enforcement issue. When the rangers go out and issue citations, they indicated that the Office of the Prosecutor fails to move their cases to the court system. And because of that lack of prosecution in the court of law, the Department of Resources began looking to find fundings to get a prosecutor that is specialized in environmental and natural resource law, so that these cases would not just be pushed to the side. And they have met with Navajo EPA in looking to cost share this prosecutor's position. And Ms. Hope Wilson indicated that they have met with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, as well as the Office of the Prosecutor, and nothing has moved forward. In some of the cases that have been that have not pushed through the court system is like citations or confiscating of firewoods without wood harvesting permit. Another one is dog bite cases. Those are not prosecuted. And the other one is the confiscation of livestock, where people don't have grazing permits or theft. Those are the type of cases that they've been experiencing because of the lack of prosecution and the lack of assistance from the Navajo police. That is what they are referring to when they speak about jurisdiction issues. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay, for that. Korobe Nichiheinchigi, Shanantana Senegi. I would like to give a little bit of time again to Ms. Hope Wilson so she can reiterate and summarize what Ms. Begay just stated. So, Ms. Hope Wilson.
Shanantai, Rick, Nez, Shidishna Rudy, Shabala, Kodo, Department of Resource Enforcement, Bisnasis Kondo, Director, Hope Wilson, Kodo, Bisnasis Kondo, Hadish Zinsen, Ashakoshan, and
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Schwaller.
Hakoshi, Chairman Nesto, Shanantai, Bishbasan, and Sinigi, Ado, Dais Ade, Dyson, Sanki, Yat, Eto, Shidishn, Rudy Arshabala, Ado, Division of Natural Resources, a Director in Shna. A Koko, the Nahot, Ito, Nanish. Eid Anil Twinkle Bahasen, Yego Bahot, the law you see done Linigi Daikaki, the Salt Ada, Adon the Kobi Gaita on Nis, Ado Anni, the Mobi Yajiet Da Sabini Tode, Veterans Administration, but office. Ado Chidananes, 7:30 p.m. A Navajo tribal vehicle. A Abi Anal Kito. A Dana Beno Tanes, he Jiho on the Hojo. Analti Ashton Skishado Yahajiado Ado the Tahoan Ashton Chisto Yahajo now. Ado Chichis Jado Chitibanda Altido Adon the Inti it's been cuddled with over all. It are Benaho Zinka. Now Kahin dot Kahin the Bicha of Ne. A call often get the Ado Job Gasa. A Chico Job Gasa, we got that EJ. Later, bidding just a ton of water, edge, or Chong, or cut at the neck, which is that EJ. I don't get out, could out, get us anigin, hits a lot. In this cheek, it a days, I don't the nice glossy, it a days, Kaya, the Basata, hello, Cadonis, the seat, lean late, card, and there's nothing. The meal of Ashlet, there's nothing. The Queen's Nazi lead and any leany. Nikea Bakagate, there's nothing over so there's nothing the meal that is not a K wheat, a quiet never Kaya Bakag. A coco as I hinet, Nihili, the Bebanal sauce that need, how one banal sauce that need. Ado I see Nahun, Ado Hashi hot, you know, a besh bahal. Ado Salah, Bahan Salah, Aja, Itai, Rahan, the Taketa Hatto. It Anil, so hot Ankit, Beta Hudson. A cocotic upon date, it all did Anshin, the Hasti Ani, Alan Bent on Nishigi, the Adon, the Ala, it Anid head that, then Ado don't need land as though Ado quiet dance has land down by Hudson. It's allowed, he could it that he kai, the long which is that Allah. It Ashon Bakaja has lead up at Ashon, but not Tido Ashon, Edo, Donto, As the Copazasa, ain't Handa and Stole. A call Hine is Edo Lesson and I. But old, back it to the off now, don't nasty, Delo, I die, ya, not sausage, Delia, Jesse Delmar. A call Abis Bahazan. I don't that deed, and since it's a law, but that he kaki a art and oh, Agido commission cards, do police academy, art and the yata east hato, beba, nada azli, a coco. Nshenda has tito, she and the hot people go halet ala o Nasco do dog at bear has ani bear. Better how to the Yosh National. And since Kato left door, Hanet Ashibana, when Ido Nasto, I don't Ebelato, the Department of Resource Enforcement, Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife Enforcement, Navajo Forest Officers Enforcement, Parks and Recreation Enforcement Officers, the hot that the AI Yahitos, a Baba has ado this. A cock a day or a ado in India, a day, ben de court, but never sped a husband. A day ranger had near it a bohot neat a sheet and a call, sit down, eat, and say, none let the Benigetta in Nils cut over and get cut at the I don't let the Benegat nanish. I had that pass at last door. Haida ada on in the anan like the watch nati ta ea hoto ta huisho ba ta honna open ta kito ncheba hanna bi ta hatitsa akot edo hon sodosh nan ashon the kodo be ta hati yosnato be skate no kato bendo chito inaso the dot ito kodos ni hitsla sta sala dan lido le a khashan ta
Yeah, Dr. Shabala Nanta.
Chairman Ness?
Akoya Hatzigi, what he just spoke of is also a major concern. Theft and property damage. So I'm glad that you brought that up, Dr. Shabala. Yes, who's that?
Chairman, this is Tim Begay with Navajo Nation Historic Preservation Department. I just wanted to let you guys know that we're on the line listening. If there's any preservation, law enforcement issues or looting issues that come up, we're here to answer that. A call. The nasazanle the maganeto alkina has anego a condo and that's a call lato a rangers a banana should a coin that is either that is in a call a kinetic kid holong a agent a agent a oisans antole isha area that not any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Timothy Begay. I believe that you will be part of the third bullet point where it says talk of lack of support for prosecution of natural resources violations. We had mentioned earlier the looting of archaeological and cultural sites. So, Mr. Begay, thank you for getting on the call. This is very important. I appreciate your presence this morning. So let me go back over to Ms. Hope Wilson. Ms. Wilson, could you also reiterate some of the jurisdictional issues as well as the enforcement issues by your resource enforcement officers? Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Chairman. What we're going to talk about again is ranger authority. Ranger authority has always been an issue for some prosecutors. When a ranger issues a citation related to fish and wildlife and forestry violations, the prosecutor usually questions the authority of the ranger, and therefore they do not proceed with the case through the court system. They question their arrest powers. They question the enforcement of Title 14 and 17, search and seizures, weapons violations, and there's differing legal opinions from the Natural Resources Attorneys, the Department of Justice, and the Prosecutor's Office. Some say, yes, rangers have the authority to make an arrest. They have the authority to enforce Title 14 and 17 along with their work, and then others say no, that they have no arrest powers at all. They can't enforce any part of Title 14 and 17. So, even with the prosecution, like Ms. Shami Begay talked about, the manufacture and sale of fireworks. We provided citations, we worked with the prosecutor, and the prosecutor just sent us a form letter back saying not prosecuted, statute of limitations expired. And there's a number of cases that way because we have 3 cases right now, as I informed RDC, that the funding from the sale of that livestock is sitting at Office of the Controller. And there's been no disposition on that case from the prosecutor's office, so that funding is just sitting there. They haven't decided who is going to be awarded that money. And that's from 2016. We haven't gotten any dispositions. And what happens as well is that when we seize livestock, we charge every day as to us feeding them, watering them, taking care of them, any veterinary services they need. So those charges are adding up every day. So when the prosecutor delays prosecution of these cases, it just becomes an exorbitant amount of money. And what we try to do is avoid our long-term seizures. However, we do have long-term seizures that have been over a year that we still have the livestock in our custody. So those are kind of some of the issues, along with we've in the past tried to enforce Title 17, persons under influence of public intoxication, intoxicating liquor, or drugs. And the prosecutor has returned those notices saying they're not prosecuted because they don't see ranger commissioning and they don't acknowledge it as we can enforce Title 14 and 17. So they tell us they need a certificate as a peace officer. So it's just based upon everybody's definition and interpretation, opinions of exactly what our authorities and where our jurisdiction lies. But we really need help with prosecutors, not only our department, like I said, but also EPA, Fish and Wildlife, Forestry, because a lot of their violations aren't moving forward. And when I was talking with Ms. Henry before, she believed it was possibly due to a lack of knowledge on the part of the prosecutors. But we're just not getting any support from them in terms of the violations, prosecution, following through with any of that. And the other issue is the violations committed by non-Indian violators. As you guys are aware, we help in providing service to Monument Valley Tribal Park, LTR, and stuff. And what happens is that, Kayenta PD is there, however, they're busy as well. So, when our rangers are up at Monument Valley Tribal Park and, somebody's speeding down the road there's a lot of individuals who are in the crosswalk area. There's a lot of activity going on, and, if somebody were to get hurt in the past, there's been a tour operator who didn't correctly engage their parking brake, and the vehicle rolled backwards, and they ended up killing an individual there at the park. But there's issues that exist, so we call public safety for them to respond, but we are also aware that they're busy dealing with other issues. But if we at least had that authority, we're able to enforce the motor vehicle code and the criminal code, we can at least take part of that responsibility in terms of enforcing those in the park areas when we do come across it, if we're at the lakes and those kind of things. So like I said, we did try to work with the prosecutor's office in terms of hiring and funding a prosecutor position, but it just didn't work. There was just, I don't know, the MOA just never came to fruition in terms of creating that position. And that's all I have, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson, also, could you provide us the actual data for how many citations were issued by the rangers, as well as how many were not prosecuted? We would like to see those numbers. That way we can truly use those as supporting documents to make a difference with policy changes. That way we can look at it and say, okay, this is how many our rangers issued citations for these purposes, and so many of them were prosecuted, some of them are not. So we'd like to see that, Ms. Wilson.
Yes, Chairman, we are working on collecting that data, and we'll forward it to you once we compile all of it.
Could we give some time to one of your resource enforcement sergeants to speak and provide a testimony?
Yes,
Testimony.
Chairman, Sergeant Daryl Billy is here.
Please identify yourself.
Good morning. This is Sergeant Billy with the Navajo Nation Department of Resource Enforcement, and I cover the Eastern District. And I've been with the Rangers for almost 20 years now, and I know in the past we enforced a lot of the natural resource laws, and we usually, when we go on special assignments, we issue a lot of citations to violators. So in early 2000, I remember that we had no issues with prosecutors prosecuting these citations. And as years went on, it seems like our authorities have been questioned. And more, it seems like every year, it seems like our authority has been questioned even more, to where our citation doesn't really matter in prosecuting any type of criminal activities such as theft. There's always a lot of questions regarding our authority, questions about how we prosecute these cases, and it's either the lack of knowledge or understanding on the prosecutor side how these laws apply to our investigations. So some are pretty understandable, willing to learn, but there are some where they would not even considering taking on these cases. So therefore, it seems like it's difficult because we do all the work. Doing investigation, it's a lot of time. It's very tedious because there's interviews, collection of data, there's photograph, there's sketching, and then reviewing reports time and time again because you have to make sure that everything that you've done to complete this investigation is all written down in a really good, orderly manner to where it's understood by the prosecutor and the courts. So as of now, we're still in this situation now to where we enforce what we can. We do what we can to provide services, but the trust out in the community, it just seems like we're either law enforcement or some who dealt with us in the past, you know, they come back and they get after us because we're not really doing anything as far as taking these cases to court. And we have to try to figure out another way how we can prosecute these. And then it seems like we have to either do it ourselves or the victim themselves, they can take these cases to the court themselves. So that kind of makes it, excuse me?
Go ahead, proceed.
Okay.
Please, everybody, please mute your phones. We're trying to listen to our sergeant here provide their testimony. So thank you. Go ahead, proceed, sir.
Okay. So that in itself, it seems like it's kind of hard to gain trust in a lot of these victims who are victimized. And, you know, if we can get assistance to make sure that our authority is straightened out and we can proceed with a lot of these cases, that will be very helpful for us as supervisors because we work with our rangers out in the field and they do most of the legwork on all these cases, and all we do is give them guidance and make sure if they need additional resources, we are the ones who provide those. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Having listened to Ms. Wilson as well as our sergeant here, we understand there's either we need to really put a law in place. So a lot of these citations that are issued by our rangers after their hard work, they need to be prosecuted properly. One of the issues is on the PowerPoint presentation that was provided to us that there's a dire need for a prosecutor's office to have a person very well knowledgeable of the resources and enforcement area of the jobs that is being done and citations issued. So we will give some time over to Mr. Bitsui, Mr. Brandon Bitsui, so he can talk to the issue and see how we can make things better between those two offices. So Mr. Bitsui, are you on the line, sir? Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, Chair. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Bitsui, we hear you. So go ahead.
My apologies. Thank you. I agree with, I would say that their characterization is correct. We don't, and speaking as a prosecutor, in the Window Rock District, I didn't see a lot of resource enforcement citations, but when they did come through, there was, it just goes through the case analysis that we have of, and I can touch on briefly on the issue with resource enforcement. Criminal law, under criminal law, what would happen would be the court would question the authority, and so that's why we wouldn't bring those cases forward. But that's well within the, I think that's where we're going towards, is where resource enforcement is Navajo Nation post-certified, where they would be able to enforce criminal citations. And I think at that point, there's no issue with the authority. At that point, it becomes an issue of whether there's enough facts and enough facts to support a conviction or worth filing a criminal complaint or a criminal citation. But I will say, though, we don't, we don't receive them as often as we receive other reports. And it's not that, they're not doing the work. It's that, our main, for lack of a better phrase, is our main bread and butter at the prosecutor's office is the criminal acts that are committed on the day-to-day basis, such as battery, domestic violence, and what have you. But we do receive them. It's not as often. My position as the delegated acting chief prosecutor is I'm open to, working with resource enforcement with Ms. Wilson, Director Wilson, and Director Shabala. I have no issues with that. I will reach out to them after this meeting, to hopefully get better data, go through what pending cases there are, and hopefully we can move those along. But also, I think it's just a lack of, and you touched on it as well, Chair, it's a lack of, knowledge on our part. And it's because I don't think I believe wholeheartedly my prosecutors could come to the challenge once they devote some time and effort into looking at the case law and looking at the the codes and the Navajo Code on resource enforcement. But, that it would just take some time to get up to that level. I think a resource enforcement specific prosecutor, or maybe even 2 or 3, because, the Navajo Nation is very large. It would be, I think, kind of difficult for one prosecutor to enforce all resource charges across the Navajo Nation, when thinking of, something happening in Alamo and then something happening in Tuba City, that one prosecutor will have to appear in Alamo or appear in Tuba City. So there's just a logistical issue with that as well. But as far, my stance as the acting delegated chief prosecutor is that I know my prosecutors can prosecute these cases. I think it would just take a concerted effort to better our relationship with resource enforcement, because I know it's not there. We talk with the police officers, or the prosecutors have relationships with the police officers in their district. And I can't say that there's the same kind of relationship with the resource enforcement officers as well. And I think it's just, but we don't know how to talk to each other yet, but I think that we can definitely we can start working on those relationships and communicating better. And I would advocate for that resource enforcement officers be post-certified, Navajo Nation post-certified to enforce criminal code, and then also for a prosecutor or 2 that's specifically devoted to natural resource enforcement, because it is a specialty. And I am willing to work with everyone, and that's all I have. If there's specific questions. I tried to look up the data. Unfortunately, our case management system is very clunky as far as pulling the data. I pulled up all prosecutors, what we received from the beginning of this year till now, and breaking it down by district. But there's no way I can go in and say, where are all the resource enforcement violations, and let me look at those. I kind of have to go by district and then comb through all of our received reports and see which charges are there for resource enforcement. Right now, I just looked up Window Rock just as an example, and the only thing I see out of 89 criminal complaints and different charges that we received between January 1st and to March 23rd is one cruelty to animals violation, and I know that was submitted by a police officer, not a resource enforcement officer. And I submitted a inquiry to all my prosecutors to ask, how often do we receive citations from resource enforcement or DNR. The only one I've received so far is Crown Point, and he said the district prosecutor there said very rarely, but they do receive some.
Are you done, sir?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bitsui, for that, and letting us know that there are some communication issues, and I'm glad that you're acknowledging how that you'll learn how to communicate better together with the Department of Resource Enforcement. And communication is very important, and that's why we're here today. We took the time today from two committees to address these issues so we can find solutions and make recommendations moving forward. So appreciate that. And let me give some time over to Vice Chair Otto So.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Otto, members that are on the line, and the presenters from Department of Natural Resources, Hope, also the Division Director, DNR, Mr. Shabala, and the Resource Officer that provided good information from the field, and his ordeal that he is going through relating to his profession, his job that he is supposed to be doing as the Navajo Nation Ranger, and speaking about a lot of the communication issue, and that's what leads to our acting chief prosecutor saying that there is a communication issue. Then Mr. Prosecutor, acting chief prosecutor, Mr. So thank you for being on the line. A lot of my concerns is that this issue came up on the 23rd Council, and I have always questioned the Department of Justice. The prosecutor's office is under the direction of the Department of Justice, and every time we got an opinion from the Attorney General, the Attorney General always gave us a response like, "No, we can't. No, you can't." And liability issues involved, and these issues that I guess what Brandon's talking about. Remember, the Department of Justice. I really wish that the Attorney General was on the line. We are the client, and when you hire an attorney, the job of that attorney is to work for the client and find ways and solutions to take care of this matter. And we had an attorney general at the time that just told us, you can't. No, counsel, you can't. And I really hope that, as Brandon alluded to communicate effectively with DNR to try to find a solution to this matter, because I'm going to tell you, this matter shouldn't be here at the committee level. It shouldn't be here. That tells me that someone is not doing their job. If the prosecutors across the Navajo, we give you a pretty penny, decent penny, and to do the job. So the questions from the prosecutors to the prosecutors should be, how can we make this work to get our Navajo Nation Rangers to be able to enforce Navajo Nation laws such as Title 17 and Title 14, and public safety and community, that they need to be a part of this also, because public safety, we working hand in hand with this law enforcement entity. They are law enforcement. And nonetheless, we have to include Fish and Wildlife Service. They are part of law enforcement also. And Madam Chair, and I guess, and then Maureen, our advisor for law and order, just take a note of this, that I think we need to bring the Attorney General in before the committee, because the individuals that are supposed to be prosecuting these cases is not moving forward, or not even probably providing guidance. And I know that the current acting chief prosecutor just inherited this. And but again, it's inherited and it's on your plate. And we hope that you do find a solution to this, to try to find a way so that your office will work directly with DNR. Lead the citations in the NICO. When they find a person that is violating these policies and these rules, and they issue a citation, if the prosecutors are not on the bandwagon, if there's a flaws in the law, where and how can we change this? Where is the recommendation? What is the hurdle of Department of Justice and their concern? And the Resources and Development Committee, the Law and Order Committee, to give that authority, to give our rangers that authority, and our Fish and Wildlife. The NETA, and I always wondered, I wonder if they have a tag. You hear stories and people saying, we came across this out in Obasisto, poachers. And without that it's illegal. And Fish and Wildlife, I'm glad Fish and Wildlife agent is on there, and EPA is another law enforcement mechanism. And and I think with this, I know that Hope has a lot of information relating to this matter. And if you could provide us additional information presenting to the committee would be to law and order, so that we could really hone in Department of Justice. Ade ya da di loso chen da di plis ish benin na da di ni ma shnei e do cho ha chen da ya. We pay these people well. When you see the budget process through the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget, there shouldn't be any room for clauses like this. It goes for all employees. We're the one that gets the brutal crunch of it. When you hear that, like for instance, my Western Agency Rangers, Mr. Fuller and Mr. Davis, to the city that I hear the stories, and they come to me and say, we do this, we do that, and nothing's done. And when the council starts to step over the executive branch's authority, you are stepping outside of your authority, but ethics and there's ethics inquiries on members of the Navajo Nation Council related to overstepping their authority. So that ain't done in. How can we make these systems work here? Because the Navajo Nation workforce here should be working together. DNR, Office of the Prosecutor, and Navajo PD, Fish and Wildlife, and Navajo Nation EPA enforcement officer. And what is they're called law enforcement for that reason. They have to make sure that they enforce certain rules, hunting rules relating to having livestock as a livestock owner, rules to the wildlife, basic human rules, which are lies in Title 17 and 14. The process for post-certify, the BIA certification. Maybe that's something that we need to get all of our law enforcement trainers to our rangers to go through, so that they can we can allow them to get the BIA post certification. It's back to our prosecutor again. I really hope that prosecutors prosecutor's office will really hone in on this. I heard it on the 23rd Council, and for prosecutor's office to turn away cases of such matter is and if that was the standard practice under the leadership of the former chief prosecutor, that is really, really, really disturbing. But the current chief prosecutor, as your oversight, I really hope that you try to find this a solution to this and find ways. And we will get to the bottom of this through Madam Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General in the next upcoming Law and Order Committee, because there shouldn't be flaws. There shouldn't be things going through the crack here. You just heard the Navajo Nation Ranger pleading and wanting to help. And there's an agency within the Navajo Nation government not pulling their weight. So why is it that that agency who is in charge of prosecuting criminals is not moving through with what they are charged with? If it's a law, if it's issues with the code, the proposal to change the code, and where do we need to change it so these laws can cover our rangers and our resource officers, such as EPA officers and our Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife Services, to protect the natural resources out there. We're protecting the criminal right now. I mean, we are enforcing the criminal laws from the Navajo Nation Police Department, but the natural resources out there is not being protected. And as a prosecutor, as a chief prosecutor, you get a badge. Washington, and that is the authority of the chief prosecutor. And that is your responsibility. And I really hope that you take care of this issue for us and provide us recommendation. Where and what can we change to allow our resource officers to do their job? And it takes time to process a lot of these cases. And across the Navajo Nation, all the resource officers, I see them out there driving around, and daily, at times you see them backing up police officers if they need help. And they are identified as law enforcement officers, and we should utilize them as law enforcement officers. And that will provide direct services for Navajo people. And again, these are just my comments, and just hearing out statements from the presenters truly says that and we need to get these entities involved. And like I said, it shouldn't be here at the committee level. And our program should be able to communicate already. And how can we do this? How can we do this? Hey, let's do this. And again, Hope, thank you for bringing this issue to us, because I know you came to us, or came to me talking about this matter. And it gained really a lot of momentum. And I'm very sorry for taking up some time here, but thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, Ni Aja, LOC Oversight and Data Prosecutor's Office, because Aja so. Let me give some time over to Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable Begay. Press *6.
Can you hear me? Chairman, can you hear me
yes,
now?
Go ahead.
Okay. Kudo Benyat, two committees, key Kaigi. It's more the recommendations. I do appreciate everyone on the line. The main focus is on the Rangers plan of operation the AECG na shigi kwage kwidishin kodon chet now going back, taking a step back as a policymaker and an appropriator, because only do based on that data a koko haki ECG ni na hot gishi that I think that really needs to be identified. A koko kodo the last term at that kodo needed to he was on the Law and Order Committee at that time as well. We pushed to have prosecutors at each of the district court, which is 12. I believe there was 12 district courts. It really didn't get anywhere now, just because of the lack of funding. Although the effort to change and get some funding source took at the height of not the base, not the aqua. This is general fund, and I believe our Navajo Nation program really relies on the Navajo Nation general funds because they have less restrictions and it's not time consuming to Diego, which and I think that's the reason why a lot of our programs don't seek additional or outside funding source or that base, so especially from DC level. And I'm hoping that we make a change drastically because of the new administration at DC level. The overall plan that we have for the Navajo Nation as far as enforcement and public safety issue, and law enforcement. This goes with the public safety as well, or highway safety. In their program, like for example, Division of Natural Resource, you have several programs, which includes the resource enforcement. Division of Natural Resource, the A kwaje kaya liniki to aje be onishiki ketes in, but yet we have the resource enforcement in there. It's the more of a topic is water, land, and so on, but less of this program. Highway safety, Division, the Department of Transportation. Again, we don't see too much of highway patrolling. The current public safety is more call in the accident that 8 AEC sato. I do see some changes recently, some roadblocks and so on. But I guess my point is that all these law enforcement programs, could that go under the public safety program? You are all law enforcement. They advocate for these programs. A policy review that way, all these enforcement, they don't have three different division director. You got Dr. Shabala, you got Mr. Silversmith, and then you got Mr. Delmar as being the division director advocating for three different law enforcement, and there may be other EPA, and so on. And I'm sure Division of Department of Education probably needs some enforcement for public schools or schools across the Navajo Nation, and so on. So I believe that there needs to be a recommendation by the lawmakers in the response on the clinic to review that. What's the effective way to reorganize it? That way, it asaki yas zinigit a topisu ya etokhe koko. Bohnet zadole. Nsin. Adot an shit to o. Basot eden and ado an shit on it. I blame myself, sure. We're not doing enough for the programs as well. That we're not advocating more on behalf of them as well. Based on the we really don't put a lot of these funding, but it's just more of last year's budget. Based on the indicated from higher up. Did our change not claim it no we don't have a choice don't you don't need it after being it see so ben go got on the quit it to ani 3 branch chief I don't basically that go 8 and other ordinator we don't have a choice but to maneuver in the amount that they had agreed on because I don't the base of or whatever is amount left with to 8 or traded 8 and could do it based on that don't show other not the dajo I don't the last year been as just could go other than at the same time we try to add more fundings from the undesignated reserve fund but sometimes it gets cut so a quacky key benish in coco. Just like the public safety, I believe Mr. Delmar and police chief are still listening in as well. We know that the Navajo Nation received 638 funding. These 2 other programs we add on not necessarily within the public safety, but as an add-on. 638 then be based on Lindiki. If it's already if there's already 630 funding available, but not the last. Based on and that's what we've tried to do with the judicial, even to the level of the judges and prosecutors and even public defenders. So and if we really want to go into the justice system, I'm sure you'll misinterpret my comment here, but there's always victims. There's always have to be a defense and a prosecuting and being a defendant, having available there. Each district court has citation is being fed to these court systems. If they have sufficient funding, if they have sufficient resources, if they have sufficient personnel. And I sure like to continue to ask and see how much is the ask of how many personnel is lacking in order to be more effective. Because as you indicate that we have about 300 plus thousand Navajo people of the 12th district, Ashned is being covered. State as a sovereign nation, and that tribes is considered as a sovereign nation. For example, the state of Arizona with the CARES funding, they're getting 16 billion, but here we're pulled in with 500 plus tribe with us getting only 31 billion. But we're shoved in with the 500 plus tribes. I think we really need to focus on that one. Yes, at times we will continue to modify and improve the internal plan of operation for each of the programs and continue building in the prosecutor's office, in the public defender's office, in the ranger's department, the public safety, and so on. E aja the diniki papi hiti koko. Biche huil in koko. So e aja ye tenalish. A koko e bednacha kodo. Aji ki be dead on bohnet zasha. Now, going back jurisdiction, no by yet here. The Tribal Law and Order Act passed a certain provision for those tribes need Lindiki, Navajo, Kodo be Ohodni, Lindiki, Jot Agogo, Kaake, Hodia. And I think there's leeways that we really took a Kodonidia Natze, non Navajo. We just to escort them off the reservation. I think I say the difference with the Tribal Law and Order Act that gives certain jurisdiction to tribes that can't accept. And I think that's the key thing right there. Either we stay with where we are, or we allowed to utilize a lot of these policies that Congress had passed. Policy based on the Tribal Action Program or the Tribal Action Plan. So last year during the 23rd Council, then Attorney General there's several conference at Twin Arrow, and I think Mr. Delmar, police chief, and others have participated. I believe the judicial branch was involved as well. I know that they've met several times to develop this tribal action plan. No, been that on. A being this on the hit all last alien a be on the shasha. A ben hashitik a decom by yet ki satos babin has other satos participated. That's have they participated and how did they be and provide their input? Maybe council need Liniki review that document to say that deed Allah in the has rather than just start pushing policy the way we think as legislatures, but what action plan have they put together that they can forward to us? And the only way that we can make changes is that legislation is dropped. They cut open Yelcho, there has only legislation or Yaniki to slap beat all Lani Kadiskan, drop it or leave it don't need a ten go eighten only that Yanada hit only. I mean, what's the responsibility of the Law and Order Committee? What is the responsibility of the Resource and Development Committee, and so on? I think that's where we really need to focus on getting the additional funding and getting the additional resource to these programs. So, I would recommend to both of the committees, and I'll continue to push that a lot of these Navajo Nation programs should get funding directly from the federal government. I believe that. You based on that. I'm not talking about grant, because a lot of times these grants they only last for 3 years, and then the tribes has to take over. Not that type of grant you go after Shinda. A 638 contract. I sent out a memo to the Department of Justice, Mr. Cordell Shorty, 638 contract, and then OMB, Mr. Bayal. They're the team to start negotiating to get funding for on behalf of NAV per Title II. I can't teach us so. Eat all that the list to recommend it to lab. So my focus right now is that we need to do better than providing additional funding, maximize the funding, maximize the personnel, and maximizing the resource. There's 3 district facilities because Cuba, Chinle, and Crown Point. We're being told that it's a huge building. No. Well, why can't all these law enforcement departments be housing those facilities? I don't believe that a prosecutor's office probably doesn't need more than 1 or 2 office space in there. Public defender maybe need 1 office space in there, and so on. Because I don't know if this they have to travel from Windrup to maybe Tuba City to Crown Point to Aneth or Delcon, or if not Pinion or Chinle. So you're talking about timing. It's a minor offense. Is it worth to spend $1,000 hours on it? It's not that means so chairman do other law and order committee large person I mean, I believe that we need to refocus on getting additional funding. And I believe the current administration at DC level is now a good opportunity in Senate, because a lot of these funding comes from the Department of Justice Office of Justice Service and the BIA Office of Tribal Justice. Based on that, I'd like to hear from Mr. Delmar and how what their input or their take is including a lot of these law enforcement under their wing. Is that possible? If not the Rangers, is it possible to get themselves into this to commission in I know that came up a lot of time. Maybe as a stepchild, internally really focus on the law enforcement operation, where these regular programs on daily basis and then we got the park rangers recommend strategy that's maybe at a later time that's a banyan dot and I think it's very simple for me. The way I'm hearing it is that I believe it's not just because that they're not doing their work, it's just because that they don't have sufficient resource, staffing, and funding. That's the 3 key things. That's the way I see it, and I believe that is the core situation in getting the work done on behalf of our Navajo people. Chairman, I apologize for taking too much time as well.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your recommendations and educating us on a lot of these matters. The only way to make changes is to introduce legislation. Asian been yakon ha taro koron nasko hit sa deal nail behas on it hit I base of the kid. Hard la base on nas jagi abachin bahunti. Asian so like even UUFB. If there's supplemental funding that we could fund our rangers, Department of Resource Enforcement, then let's do that. So let me give some time over to Mr. Jesse Delmar. Mr. Delmar? Mr. Jesse Delmar. Corona House.
Okay, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Delmar. Go ahead. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Ness. So I can explain some things. First of all, thank you so much for this discussion. I appreciate the division director from Natural Resources, Mr. Shabala, and your staff too as well. We're here at the table to call on the the First of all, the part of jurisdiction. قد خان 23rd Council session. No, yoje Herman Daniels. On the Navajo Nation. I didn't have a meeting with the division director at the time with natural resources out on the chief ranger, Leonard Butler Halia. And they approached me on the Yahako, and they were asking me to sign an agreement between them. Pretty much it had to do with deputation, deputizing the officers from the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources. So we sort of really checked into it some more, deeper. And myself and the division director at that time, we were talking about some issues. The main one is one opinion that came from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, ITA. And that memo is still out. And their opinion and what they told us at the time, and we did meet with them too as well, was Behazani in Michigan at that time. But now in 1954, and apparently that still stood at that time. And it talked about that the Navajo Rangers and the authority was pretty much pursuant to this law, this tribal law. Their authority is pretty much limited to tribal parks, and any enforcement having to do with enforcing Title 17. The Rangers, they have to be accompanied by a Navajo police officer. Opinion, Hanna. I don't see the I think prior to that, I remember when I went to through the Navajo Police Academy, we had 3 Rangers that went through the academy with me. And I think at that time we were really dependent on the Arizona Post. Through the Arizona Post curriculum, we got certified through that. People are going to school through this class using the Arizona curriculum and never been questioned before, including the Navajo Nation Rangers. Always remember this. There's a sergeant that is on the call right now, Elmer Phillips from Kayenta. I heard him speak earlier. I used to work in Kayenta, and I remember Elmer issuing federal citations for offenses. And he was referring these cases to a Denver office. I'm not really sure if that was a Central Violations Bureau enforcement that he was doing at that time. So, I thought that the Navajo Rangers had full authority to enforce Navajo law, including federal law at that time. I don't know what happened, but then coming back forward to what we're trying to do, I understand that the Division Director of Public Safety, he has the authority to commission all law enforcement officers of the Navajo Nation.
meaning law enforcement officers is there's 3 or 4, mainly 3 under the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources. There's 3 departments. We have the commission, and then there's EPA too, Navajo Nation EPA. At the time when I went through the academy, Dene College used to have their own police department too. There was a couple, I remember, that went through the academy with me from Dene College. So you're talking about Dene College Police, NTU, they're talking about having their own police. Doon the Rama Police Department, and I understand that the Division of Public Safety Director has authority to commission these people. So, in particular, to the officers from the Navajo Division of the Natural Resources, so and one delegate, I remember, he was a former police officer. He's not with us anymore. But how about Navajo Post? No. On our own curriculum, Navajo police accreditation. So we did that. We had a proposal. We had some really, really great people that really came together with us. One of the folks from the Division of Natural Resources is Robert Ellen, an attorney. Then we had folks from the Rama Police Division of Natural Resources came together. Navajo Nation Peace Officer Standards. And officially, we put together a board. And they're working, they worked on a bunch of stuff up at this point in time. The idea is to upgrade the whole Navajo Nation law enforcement to where we could commission everyone, so they could have full authority over in enforcement of Title 17 and also Title 14. However, their specialty is primary. I know that the Navajo Nation, they enforce federal laws too, with the particular to the natural resources officers. There is a need for them, for an entity to enforce federal laws on the Navajo Nation. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but I think we're very close. I'll have the chief talk about the Navajo Post. And the idea with Navajo Post is, like I said, to certify all the Navajo police officers to include other departments and other entities too as well, so that they would have the same authority as any law enforcement officer of the Navajo Nation. I'll have the chief of police talk about that and give you some updates. So, Ede Bahabish and Shanantaki Ellen Begay, you talked about a lot of things too as well. I think what you were talking about as far as the Public Safety Summit, that's a play on me for 2 sessions, 2 consecutive years. The he talked about the Tribal Law and Order Act too. There is a section in there that talks about the Tribal Action Plan. Pretty much the law, the Tribal Action or Tribal Law and Order Act law directs the U.S. SAMHSA to help tribes in putting together plans on substance abuse. This discussion that we mentioned on the Public Safety Summit that we had, this Tribal Action Plan was part of it.
and to this day, yes, we have put together a plan. Of course, this afternoon at 1 o'clock, I have a meeting with the OPVP and also with other people too as well, with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI, and we're going to be talking about this again. Mr. Begay, we had that plan put together. You know, I let him know that we had this summit, we have this plan put together too as well. And I know that the Office of the President, Vice President, one person in particular, her name is Yvonne Key Billison. She is sort of like the coordinator of this plan, and she has this plan. So I think sometime soon we need to make this presentation to you as council as to what we talked about and what we put together as a Navajo Nation. When we did put this summit together, we did include the whole Navajo Nation criminal justice components together. And the leaders of this meeting, we pretty much committed ourselves that all employees are required to be inside that conference room throughout the whole 40 hours. No, so had a lot of participation, a lot of information, a lot of ongoing issues that we established. We identified gaps and so on. So and that plan is still existing today. So so let me end for now, and if we could give some time to the Chief of Police, he can talk about the Navajo Post, what we did, and what the progress is up to this point in time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Billmore. Mr. Francisco, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning, this is Chief Francisco, Navajo Police Department. So I know this is a pretty complicated and difficult topic. It's a lot of different facets to it. So I'll start with the Navajo Post. So Navajo Post is really created to certify our officers. It doesn't give them commission or authority to enforce laws. It basically certifies that they're trained to become a police officer and that they have went through the correct basic training and have the continuing training, and then they've had a background, and they're qualified to hold a certification to become a police officer. So I think that sometimes gets confused with giving authority or a commission. So once they're certified by Navajo Post, which isn't too hard of a process, but it is taking a while. So it is created. I am the chair of the board of 5. Who will make the determination if people are qualified or not, and sometimes we can revoke their certifications based on, violations of policy, law, or ethics, but we're not to that point yet. So what I have done so far is we've created files and folders gathering all the officers' applications and their training background and their continuing training to start their files, and then we'll start issuing out the certification cards, which we're pretty close. COVID slowed us down a lot. And we'll have the Rangers and we'll have the other law enforcement agencies submit their applications. And then we'll be able to give them certifications, which says they have the training and authority, or the training to become a police officer, which includes firearms, because the thing we don't want the nation to come up to is just giving somebody authority to arrest and carry a firearm and possibly take somebody's life if we don't have the background and proof that they had training to actually do that. So that's why Navajo Post, that's what we do. We make sure everybody has the training in order for them to carry a firearm, use of force, those kind of things. So if they do have to take those actions, we can go back and show that they had all the training they need to, and not just giving anybody a gun out there. So it's kind of just making sure our officers are safe, our law enforcement officers are safe, the citizens are safe, and it protects the nation from liability, putting somebody out there without the proper training. So that's the certification, and that's what Navajo Post is doing. We're pretty close to getting all that done, and we'll have it 100% running within this year. It has been a long process. We've created basically a whole structure that's never existed before. So there's a lot of files that have been created, and we'll keep track of that. And how it works is, when somebody, we'll start from a brand new recruit. They'll submit this. They have to have a valid background check. They have to have, good integrity. They have to submit their documents once they finish the academy and show that they've finished a police academy, and it has to be a certain amount of hours. And the board actually sets how many hours it is. And we're making it compatible with Arizona and New Mexico and the BIA to make sure we can have cross-commissioning very easily, and they'll recognize our certifications. And then we'll submit we'll issue the certification cards from Navajo Post. That card, the officer can then, or the employee can then take that to whatever division they work for. For us, for Navajo Police Department, Mr. Delmar is the commissioning authority per Title II. He is the one who authorizes it, saying you're now you have the certification, now you're fully commissioned to enforce Title 17, Title 14 laws, and all the other laws applicable under the Navajo Police Department. That's what he does, and he has to make sure that those people meet those standards, because in our contract, our 638 contract, we have standards you have to meet to be able to enforce laws and be covered. They do cover us liability-wise on tort claims and those kind of things that happen in the process of executing the contract, which the contract for Navajo Police Department is enforcing laws. There's a lot in there, but if we're under that contract and we're conducting our law enforcement duties under that, we are basically covered under federal tort claim. So that's why it's important to make sure everybody has the correct certification, correct training, and that we're just not kind of giving everybody authority to enforce laws. So it gets kind of complicated. Now, where the Rangers and Natural Resources comes into problem, they don't have the same commissioning authority. Unless, I've been trying to research this a little bit. I know I've looked at EPA. The EPA director has authority to commission their EPA officers in certain things, and it's only specific to EPA violations. It doesn't say criminal law like Title 17 or traffic law or those things. So I think the fix for Natural Resources is fixing the Title II or the scope of work or the plan operation, saying that the division director of Natural Resources can commission their officers to enforce Title 17 laws or the criminal laws under Navajo Nation. Right now, it doesn't. It's specific to, unless I'm wrong, I haven't been able to find the Natural Resources actual legislation. I've been looking up right now, but if there's an attorney online, if they can look that up and point that out, I think that'd be helpful for this conversation. But we can do MOUs and cross-commissioning agreements also, but we have to make sure they all have Navajo Post and they have the correct training. So under my 638 contract, we can, if Rangers are certified and we have the right training, they can perform law enforcement duties and be covered if they're under the contract, even if they're not funded under our 638, if they're funded by another source. But we can't vice versa. Navajo Police Department can't enforce natural resource laws because it specifically says in our contract that it's not covered, like for EPA or any other natural resource laws, that we can't do those law enforcement agencies because Rangers have to do those. So there's a lot of caveats to the contract and then Navajo Post and then authority in Title II. I think maybe if Robert Allen's on, he can probably talk about the authority, commissioning authority. But I think that's kind of historically some confusion that commissions, and like even Arizona, if they have an Arizona commission, doesn't mean they have the authority to enforce laws on Navajo Nation. That has to be given by Mr. Delmar, the signature of the proper person under our law, giving them the commission to basically go out and do it. Just like in the state of New Mexico, I'll kind of give an example of state of New Mexico. You can get a New Mexico certification to be a police officer, but that doesn't give you authority to be a police officer. You have to be commissioned by the police department you work for. So like for the chief of police for Farmington, the New Mexico State Police chief for New Mexico, and those are specific to their jurisdiction. Just because you have the certification doesn't give you authority to enforce all laws. So hopefully that kind of clarifies what's going on. But for Navajo Post, we should be up and running to give everybody their certification that they are eligible to be commissioned as an officer within the next year. It is a big process, and we're in the process, the last leg of getting those people out. We've approved the regulation, we have the curriculum done, we have the standards done for what the officers will have to comply with. Now it's just getting the applications in and going through those and having the board approve those certifications. And then from then on, it's monitoring them, making sure they maintain their certifications by the hours that are required. And then we also hear cases on if, a department has a problem with an officer and they're going to revoke a certification because maybe they, false arrest, or maybe they violated a policy, or maybe it was an ethics thing. We hear those cases and can suspend or totally revoke those certifications. Then it will be up to the departments to take a personnel action on them if they decide to keep them in another capacity or fire them. So I know that was kind of a lot that I went over, but that's what my report would be as far as our Navajo Post part of this whole topic and conversation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Francisco, for that. Honorable Freeland, you're next, sir.
Chairman, good morning. I'm sorry, my connection says my internet is unstable, whatever that means. Good morning, colleagues, Division Natural Resource staff, everyone, all the staff online. Thank you for this very important conversation. Chief Francisco, thank you for that very thorough update too, and as well as Mr. Delmar, good morning. This is a very important topic, especially for Eastern Agency. I think of, the areas that are out there, but, how can we also work with the federal government, with the BIA or the BLM even more thoroughly? Do we have to sign an MOU or an MOA? That's probably really an attorney question. Because there are areas where trespassing does occur, and what I'm leading to is our land boards become they get involved with these disputes, and they find themselves in the middle of these disputes, whether they're on jurisdiction or non-jurisdiction. Sometimes there's trespassing on BLM or vice versa. Those ranchers on BLM will trespass on Navajo, or, they almost become deputized. And, I hear this from my land boards that they have to resolve these disputes because of the lack, or I shouldn't say the lack of, but we don't have enough coverage out there. So they have to take it upon themselves a lot. So that's really concerning, because these land boards are, I had even posed a question at one time, could they even become, I don't want to say post, but could they even become deputized, because they're out there doing all these work, and they do get threatened, they do get put in harm's way, because they have to do it. And, I've come across those occurrences happening in my area, District 15, District 19, District 20. Those are the three areas that I have in my 8 chapters. But really, I guess what my brother, Honorable Key Allen, mentioned is, I think about this more and more of these occurrences. And, Hope provided us a very good update on RDC. And at one time, we had 50 rangers. And I don't know, as far as the other natural resource enforcement officers, whether that be our Fish and Wildlife Department, EPA, others. I don't know if at one point we had a thriving amount of law enforcement or natural resource enforcement officers. We've kind of come in the last few years, we've gone from 50 rangers to 9. And, that's really troublesome. And as leaders, or as a council, or as policymakers, as legislators, how can we begin to reverse that trend of increasing the number of rangers or increasing the number of fish and wildlife officers or forestry, or, it all involves funding. That's what it comes down to, bottom line. Operations and maintenance, or, salaries or whatnot. And, this is really a question for us as policymakers, is how can we start making or start enhancing services by the Navajo Nation to our own people, and how can we enhance those types of abilities to help bring resources to the rangers or other of our natural resources enforcement officers. We need to start looking for money, and I think that's probably one of the big things. I know I take it upon myself as a delegate. We do need to find new sources of revenue. We need to be creative. NGS and Kienta Mine, I always refer to those two, but we should have been all hands on deck after that closure and put all our minds together of how can we create new revenue sources. It hurts our programs. It hurts our social programs. It hurts our health programs. Our social programs, especially that rely on general funds. But if there's an opportunity to get additional federal funding, that would be great. But for us as a nation, we need to become more self-sustaining as a government. We need to be creative on our revenue sources. I look at what New Mexico is doing, the legalization of marijuana. I really am talking adamant to my chapters about this. We're in no way ready for this. And I tell my chapters, you know what? We're going to have bootlegging scenarios, people selling marijuana at all hours of the day, out of their homes. And, I have to remind our chapter officials that remember that THC content level is at 0.0%. And, and I think what Chief brought up was also important is Title 17. We also need to look at a very thorough update of all of our Navajo Nation laws, whether it be the criminal code, all of our codes. It sometimes feels like we're years behind on our laws. Do we need to do an overhaul of all the codes to bring them up to date? Because times have changed drastically when these laws were written. And, there's a lot of work that we need to put forth as well on our side. But I really want to encourage my colleagues, and as well as the DNR staff, Dr. Shabala, your team, the rangers, law enforcement, resource enforcement officers, as well as law enforcement. How can we collectively come together to, build reverse that trend of bringing back those 50 officers or 50 rangers, again? How can we start building that back again? Going from 9 rangers to 18, or going from 9 rangers to 15? I don't know. We should probably put a game plan together of some sort and start, measuring ourselves, devising timelines. That way we can get more resources out to the people out there, especially out in the rural areas. There's a lot of things happening that go unreported out there. I come across, reports of people, our own people, shooting feral horses. That those types of messages come to me, and it's really heartbreaking that things like that happen out there, they're actually happening, and they go unreported. And it goes to the chapter, and the chapter tells me, or I'll get direct calls from constituents about it. But it's things like that happen: cruelty to animals, cruelty to the environment. But Edia Chairman, I just wanted to put that thought into our minds as leaders. How can we as leaders help Division of Natural Resources, or rangers, or EPA, or Fish and Wildlife? What do we need to do to reverse that trend of, bringing back those rangers again and building upon it? How can we find new sources of revenue to help these folks, these programs? So Edia Chairman, I just wanted to mention that and say thank you again once more to all those who are out there, the rangers, Fish and Wildlife, EPA, HPD. Thank you guys, all of you, for your work. I know it's not easy, but we definitely appreciate you. We definitely appreciate you a lot. So I did, Chairman, just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me give some time back over to one of the attorneys, Mr. Robert Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. What I'll begin with is our authority to enforce the natural resources criminal laws and other civil laws protecting our natural resources and regulating them. 19 Navajo Nation Code Section 4 is a general authority, but our bridge that we've been able to get approved is the plan of operation. Because under Section 4, to enforce the criminal code, it has that language in conjunction with the Navajo Police. In the plan of operation, the director of the Rangers has the authority to commission Rangers to enforce all the laws of the Navajo Nation and regulations. Because it's written that broadly, there have been all these legal opinions that go back and forth saying, well, you do have that authority or you don't have that authority. But now, I'll tell you, I'll start with a story. Back in 2002 and 2003, we had the same problem. But at that time, the former Navajo Region Director, he came to DNR and asked us to create a program that they could give 638 money to for natural resources law, criminal law enforcement services. So what we did back then was we wrote a plan of operation that would have created a natural resources law enforcement department. And we also submitted a letter of interest to the BIA to 638 Natural Resources Law Enforcement Services directly. The Resources Committee at the time endorsed the concept, but they did not approve the plan of operation because it had a $3.1 million price tag. And when we submitted under the CFR our letters of interest, as that's required, they responded to us and said, please identify sources of funds from the existing budget for natural resources law enforcement services. This was from the BIA contracting officer. So we went back to the regional director and we said, well, you said if we created a program, you would get us natural resources law enforcement money from the federal government and also from within the Department of Interior, which any of those sources can be 638'd. So he came back to us and said, well, there's two contracts right now with the Navajo Nation for criminal law enforcement services. There's the Navajo Police contract and there's the Navajo Criminal Investigations contract. The Navajo Criminal Investigations contract is going to get a lot of money next year to expand its program. So I recommend that that's what you apply for when you submit your formal application. So the money that we thought was available from that existing allocation, plus the money available for existing natural resources law enforcement services within the division, we put that all together and we had a calculation of how much that was. And it fell far short of the $3.1 million price tag. That's why the committee did not approve the plan of operation. So that is the history that we try to address that issue, and then we come forward to today. And those authorities for natural resources remain the same, but about 3 or 4 years ago, the Division of Public Safety had a new plan of operation enacted, wherein they are given exclusive authority to enforce criminal law enforcement services. So, in this work group that Mr. Delmar and the police chief have talked about, we went through all those issues and we discovered, what the situation was. And most of the law enforcement agencies and the officers we had to deal with and the DOJ attorneys that we had to deal with, we came up with this idea of the Navajo Nation Post. And to this day, we really don't have training standards, qualification standards, maintenance of your license, law enforcement license standards, good character standards, all of these things that are in the Navajo Nation Post. And the Navajo Police Department needed to improve its services, and training was the way to do it in education. So in order to bridge all of these gaps that were outside the Division of Public Safety, the Navajo Nation Post Certification Act was enacted so that all law enforcement agencies on the Navajo Nation could get that Navajo Police Commission card. So today, we've had to develop the regulations, establish the board, and organize to get a understanding of what our mission is as far as that goes. So what of our drawbacks have been is we haven't had money dedicated for a Navajo Nation Post office to actually collect all the applications, do the background checks, monitor continued training, all of these things. So the Navajo Police Department, the police chief volunteered to take on that responsibility because he thought that he would be able to find money within his department. Well, he's had difficulty doing that, and so he has found a way to implement the Navajo Nation Post through the regulations that we developed and that were approved by the commission. So in our last meeting with the chief of police on our commissioning, because we are getting pressure at DNR from NDRE about their law enforcement authority. In our last meeting, the police chief said that he thought he'd be able to complete all the Navajo Nation Post commission cards and distribute them by the end of the spring or early summer. So he said the Navajo Police Department would come first, then Natural Resources, and then all of the other agencies that provide law enforcement services on the Navajo Nation who want to get the Public Safety Division commission. Our biggest problem has always been money. At the Division of Natural Resources, the history of putting the rangers underneath the Navajo Nation Police Department, well, that was done in the 1980s. And Delegate Ray Smith can tell you the history. He lived through that. He used to be a ranger lieutenant. And what happened then is they put the rangers underneath the police department. And in my discussion with Mr. Smith last week, he stated that they felt that, and the police chief in later years, Leonard Butler, who after he retired as police chief became our chief ranger, well, they never did enforce natural resources laws. Our rangers back then claimed that, well, Navajo Police Department got additional funding for natural resources law enforcement services, and they got that extra money, but they never spent it on natural resources law enforcement. So the council split that group up again, and the Rangers came back to DNR, and since that time, we've expanded law enforcement services into Fish and Wildlife, Parks and Recreation, and Forestry. The EPA Rangers have their own authority over at EPA, but they still have the same problems that we do. So that is what we have been able to devise at this point. But again, there's no money to make a lot of these improvements that are requested by the people, by the officers, by the department managers, and by the council. And Chief Francisco, advised you that they don't have authority or money to enforce natural resources laws. So there's still that gap there, and we can apply for money in that area. But what the federal government likes to do is what they did to us last time, which is say, oh, you need to go identify existing money for those services. Well, they don't exist. So we would have to identify Navajo police contract or criminal law enforcement, criminal investigations contract, and start from there. So we really need from DOI and hopefully BIA identification of funds for natural resources law enforcement services. And we can go and get that. But that is the history over the last 30 years of the issue that you see today. Thank you.
Mr. Allen, are you done, sir? Mr. Allen? Mr. Robert Allen?
Can you hear me?
You done? Yes.
Yes, sir. Did you get my statement?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Did you get my statement?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We have a question from one of the honorable delegates, so I'll go to Honorable Kialam Begay. May everybody please mute your phones? Thank you.
Chairman, Mr. Allen, you've covered quite a few areas in the process of the 638 contract. And then Mr. Francisco and Mr. Delmar outlined certain provisions that are within the current 638 contract for the public safety. I mean, that's understandable. So I guess maybe guide through from the Department of Justice, specifically how we can continue tackle making sure that the Rangers can conduct their duties on behalf of the community of the Navajo people. So I believe there's a purpose that this particular positions were established, and I believe that we need to continue to maneuver in establishing a new 638 contract. I believe maybe you can provide us some information if we can go in that direction, if the current existing 638 contract cannot be modified to include the Rangers. So how is it that we can, because the policy and the 638 contract policy can always be established, if I'm not mistaken, that the nation can start negotiating. I think that's the key thing that we as a Navajo Nation are maybe not pursuing. how the original current 638 it's been established, and maybe that's the same avenue that the Navajo Nation can start negotiating. So, and I don't know, my preference or my recommendation would be is that the Rangers have their own 638 contract. Maybe that way they don't have to get them in and out of different programs, but knowing that they get 638 funding. So I think that's my direct question back to you is that how is it that the Navajo Nation can start negotiating in getting an account established for them? And then on the other hand, and again, Mr. Delmar, you know that the Navajo Nation has been getting 638 contract for a capacity of 300 police officers, and we haven't been meeting that for quite a long time. I believe we haven't reached that yet. I don't know with the current recruiting, and I don't know if that's been reached, but so I think these policies are not set in stone, if I'm not mistaken, and it's just a matter for the nation to have a good sit-down dialogue with the BIA through working with the BIA at DC level and the Office of Tribal Justice and Office of Justice Service from the BIA and the Department of Justice at DC level. And I think that we can really be able to accomplish a lot of these things if we go at that level. So for us to just talk about it and not convey the message to the DC level, it's really not going to get anywhere. So a lot of time, and sometimes I always hear that this is the policy and we can't do anything about it, sort of thing, sort of comment. Really kind of bothers me to say that, okay, I mean, what's the next step and who's the next higher echelon of these executors or authority that we can talk with? If it's a policy matter, could we talk directly with some of our congressional delegations to make some changes? See, these are the areas I believe that we can change or talk about. And the other area is that I don't know if the Navajo Nation can utilize the settlement of the funding that's given to the Navajo Nation by the judicial branch for shortchanging the judicial branch for so many years. So, I mean, I believe, I don't know if there's a review of that judgment. I mean, maybe that could be an avenue for the Navajo Nation to pursue that. Okay, you made the statement within the policy of the judgment. Now that the Navajo Nation is seeking for additional funding, and then this, I guess, it goes back to the as a sovereign nation, goes back to the treaty agreement. I mean, then how we interpret the Treaty of 1868 really should be a big factor in a way, because that there was an agreement between the two nations, the federal government and the Navajo Nation. So within those area, I believe there's a statement where where it states that the federal government will be able to pursue and provide certain services to the Navajo people within this agreement. And this just goes back to the Constitution as well, where it does state that the federal government will have a government-to-government relations with Indian tribes. So I believe those are some argument that I think that the Navajo Nation Department of Justice really needs to step up to maneuver into these areas. So otherwise, I may ask if the programs or Department of Justice through our verbal communication does not act, maybe I'll ask the Resource and Development Committee and maybe the Law and Order Committee, or if not the councils, drop legislation to start identifying to say that which part of the program referencing the treaty and the Constitution to indicate that these are much effective programs that the federal government that needs to start allocating fundings on an annual basis. So I think that's what I would like to pursue. And I think these are some reasons. This is some of the reasons why I try to move a legislation where it calls for creation of a 630 contract negotiating team. But the council seems to that wasn't much of an important. But again, by Title II, right now, as it does indicate that the Department of Justice, the OMB director, and the 630 contracting officer, which is, I believe it's Mr. Cordell Shorty, I mean, they're the three individuals that are acting on behalf of the Navajo Nation to negotiate. And again, any and every 630 contract that we always see is never an increase or it's never a modified. It's always what was always a prior allocation. Now that we're set to just receive whatever money is being available, and I kept bringing this up to the council and then even to the Department of Justice to say that when is it and how is it that the Navajo Nation to say that, okay, enough is enough, that these contract needs to be modified to where rather than having the federal government kind of say that, okay, this is what we have and we have no choice but to accept that. And that's all we do. We just approve it with no major input by the council or even the oversight committee. It's always the prime example is that not the Department of Justice, the OMB, and the contracting officer are the one that's the table negotiating, but yet there's no actual program sitting at the table. Just like the public safety and then the rangers, the judicial branch. I believe that that's another area where the Navajo Nation should really modify Title II to say that these are specific individuals that should be sitting at the table negotiating on behalf of their programs. With those three still being there, but there should be at least another one or two be added. The division director and even the oversight committee should be part of the negotiating team. So that way we know that there was a good, healthy, or a good discussion when the contract is actually negotiated. And when I question why does it call the contract 630 contract, meaning that whenever there's a contract, there's an agreement by the two parties. So here it's the Navajo Nation government and the federal government. So if the federal government just says that, okay, you just take this and have this, and what we're giving you is all we got. That's to me, that's not even a contract. That's more of like, hey, deal with what we're giving you. So we might as well change the word contract to saying whatever term that's suitable at the moment. But I believe that with the word contracting in place, there should be really a good negotiating argument by the Navajo Nation when they're sitting at the table negotiating with the federal government. So I believe I may be going all over the place, but nonetheless, I think the Navajo Nation really needs to flex its muscle to say that, okay, I mean, when is it that the Navajo Nation really says that the Navajo Nation is growing, the Navajo Nation what is the current updated way that these funding should be allocated. Constitution Washington I mean, I believe that we always say that, well, the contract says I mean, again, policies are meant to be changed, and I believe that we can make some changes on some chairman. So I believe that it's the council, the chairmanships, and even the council should really make a move on this particular issue. Otherwise, we'll continue to say that, well, we don't have funding, we don't have the resource. The need of this, as far as legislatures need, the president's office, Washington, but based on while we're resolving this issue, we should be able to drop some legislation to request for additional funding, or maneuver or modify some of the current budget to allocate whatever existing funding that's available out there. Transfer so Chairman, did I could Mr. Allen give night desk. So those are my question and comments to the attorney. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. Robert Allen, your response, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Begay. Indian self-determination contracts empower the Navajo Nation to provide services that the Department of Interior, including the Bureau of Indian Affairs, any governmental service that's provided to the Navajo Nation. So the way that has been interpreted and managed and actually used is the nation has focused on budgeted funds that would go. Here's what I found online. That would go to the BIA for the governmental service that the Navajo Nation wants to contract. And we submit an application, and there's a funding agreement. And in the past, they've kept money for non-trust, central trust services. And the rest of the services money goes in the contract to the tribe so it can deliver that service to members of the tribe. So what we've had to deal with is we're left to look at the budget that the BIA has for the service we want to contract. For criminal law enforcement services, there's only Navajo Police Department and Criminal Investigation Services. And that's the only budget they have. But the 638 law says, yeah, we can ask for money for natural resources law enforcement services, but there may not be a line item dedicated to that in the BIA budget. But we can also go to other departments within DOI and get money through a 638 contract. Which we haven't explored yet. We've discussed it with the Bureau of Land Management and their Ranger Law Enforcement Services. Yeah, they were willing to work with us, but we didn't get very far. And what we can do is we can begin the inquiries that are authorized under the CFR to find out what money is available, and we can work on contracting those funds. But one of the principal qualifications that we will have to meet as criminal law enforcement officers are the standards that the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the federal government have set out for law enforcement officers. The Navajo Nation Post was drafted and created to meet those standards. That's why it's very important to get our commission cards out. We've already set up a framework where any other Navajo Nation governmental law enforcement agency can seek those funds from all over in DOI, not just BIA. So that framework is in place, and we would have to produce that and conform to those requirements for criminal law enforcement services, delivery of those services. So we can do that here at the division, begin that process, but if there's no budget allocation identified in the federal budget for BIA or DOI departments, it will be difficult to find federal money to fund a 638 contract for natural resources law enforcement services. So that's my answer. That's why we need to get a budget that identifies, sets aside money for natural resources law enforcement services from the federal government so we can 638 it and put it in DOI or BIA. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Honorable K. Allen Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, thank you for the time again. Well, but still, I think there should be a sit down. Maybe the next meeting that we could be able to have set up within a month or so is with the BIA and maybe DC level a representative from both the Department of Justice and the BIA. And again, I'm basing on some of the news that comes out of the DC level because we have the new administration and now we have a Native American woman as Department of the Interior Secretary. And I believe that she probably would have more understanding of these treaty obligations, the trust responsibilities, and so on for tribes. So I think that's the push that we should really aim for. Yes, policies are in there, and then how do we, again, like I said, how do we go to the Navajo Nation congressional delegations to make a lot of these changes for us? I mean, you got the law and order policy that's being changed because some of these federal authorities are being given to certain tribes to utilize. I mean, this is several years ago that the Navajo Nation wouldn't be able to utilize these areas in court. It always has to go to their state, the BIA. Now we're giving certain authorities, and I think that's the same level that the Navajo Nation should pursue in a lot of these services. I think that's the key theme, services to the Navajo people. So the Navajo Nation government needs to see that this service is much important and essential, that where it needs to be to get attention, to get the resource and the fundings to be established. So there's a reason why the word is contract in there. There's the word negotiating is there. There's a reason treaties in there, and the Constitution is there. So I think combining that, I believe the Navajo Nation could be able to flex its muscle to start demanding on certain things at DC level. So with your expertise, Department of Justice should be able to take the lead and give us some legal advice. So Chairman, that the Navajo Nation, maybe on behalf of the both committees, a joint letter should be sent to the Navajo Nation Department of Justice to possibly provide a legal analysis of what the Navajo Nation really needs to do to address establishing not just only for the rangers but for other areas, even with the benefit. Excuse me. Even with the benefit to aid, that's the one area that I think that the federal government, the Navajo Nation needs to look at, because the pay status, that's another factor that we don't have enough interest of well qualified individuals to come onto the Navajo Nation. So that we should be more competitive, and at the same time, and this is what we try to do with the public safety and during the last term, that there's certain benefits should be available, because the federal government is paying the Navajo Nation police officers that they should have a greater benefit as a regular federal employees. We didn't get anywhere on that one. So and then what really needs to be put in place is that the internal policy is the promotion policy. So there's not much of review, there's not much of a promotion process, and then even certainly accommodation, just being a veteran. I mean, as I always say, that you have to aim for the next level to get promoted, to achieve certain areas that the military offers, just so that you get promoted and get greater benefits as you move up the ladder. And I believe that each of our programs, especially our law enforcement, should be in that same position, have a lot of benefits and a promotion process where it really motivates the individuals to achieve these particular areas. So all of that should be encompassed in these agreement and funding source. So much work to do. I know that this can't be done overnight, but I believe that writing the letter directly to the Department of Justice should be in order, Chairman, as a joint letter, and then also request or recommending to put on today's agenda for another joint meeting come BIA funding source. They have federal liaison within the BIA and Department of Justice, Tracy Taluda, Office of Justice Service, Mr. Addington, Office of Travel Justice, Washington, and then even the Undersecretary, Department of Interior Secretary, that Bestafiki, Hajobe, and I think that we can move forward and so on. Additionally, as the legislators, that's a true recommendation, and my request, maybe I can do that formally in writing of my recommendation to the two co-chairs or the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Let me give some time over to Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Noon for this request. Honorable Charles Noon. Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Ottoso. Nishan.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, I apologize, Chair Naz. I started speaking when I always forget the *6. So I appreciate the conversation that we have been having regarding this issue. And I guess I'm a little bit confused with the request that is being made by Delegate Kealan Begay. So I guess I'm trying to put this all into perspective, because when we go out and we advocate at the federal level, there's always these questions that come back to us. And I do recall we did have a meeting at the Tribal Interior Budget Council when we were in Alaska. We discussed the option of allowing the rangers to, I guess, to have jurisdiction when it comes to some of the responsibilities that are put on our officers. And so I do recall that at that time, and I was trying to go back to look at my notes to make sure that I got this correct. But I do recall the issue that was brought up at that point, and it was a question of liability and also whether rangers were going to be required to go through the certification process. Currently, we do, my understanding is that officers who do graduate are required to have BIA certification or state post certification. And so there was that question of, do we send rangers to be post state? Is that going to be an extra requirement to do that? But I do, we did have a discussion at the Public Safety and Justice meeting regarding this topic. And when we had that discussion, Navajo was the only one who was asking these questions. And I believe that Director Delmar was with me at that time. And I believe Delegate Kealan Begay was also there when we had this conversation. We started asking questions. So my question regarding what Delegate Kealan Begay is proposing is, are we asking for a new 638 contract for rangers, or is the recommendation to expand the 638 contract to cover police? Because I think I think that Delegate Kealan Begay is right on point when he says we have to have this discussion with BIA. But as I recall, Addington did say, yeah, you guys can do that on Navajo, but Navajo has to pay for the salary of the rangers. Navajo would also have to cover the liability insurance of the rangers, and Navajo, would be responsible 100%. When it comes to the rangers and giving them that jurisdiction. And what Addington, what he had stated was that the 638 contracts that are currently in place for our police officers, it does cover liability. So in the event that an officer is hurt on the job, that liability, it does cover them. And I remember we did have a discussion on that at the Public Safety and Justice meeting, but I don't think we were ever given a clear answer aside from Addington saying unless Navajo wants to take over 100%, that is to pay their liability, to pay for their salary, and to give them, that jurisdiction, and then, have them, go through post, but have Navajo pay for it. That is also an option. So in regards to what Delegate Kealan Begay is recommending, I guess I just need a little bit more clarification, because at this point, Law and Order Committee has been advocating on behalf of Department of Public Safety to try to get more officers hired. And then we've also been advocating, in addition to that their pay scale also meet the pay scale at the national level. And then we've also been advocating the same thing for criminal investigation. So right now we do have, a lot of officers, vacant positions open for officers. And if the Rangers, can assist us during this time, I'm sure Public Safety doesn't have an issue with that, but we do have to talk about, the legal part of what this is going to require, what it's going to need, and how much money are we talking about exactly? And then, are we, would we go out there to advocate on behalf of public safety? Are we going to request that the 638 contract that's covering Department of Public Safety, Police Department exactly, because there's 3 contracts that are that we have with BIA under Department of Public Safety. We have the Police Department, we have criminal investigations, and we have detention, corrections. So are we asking for the 638 Police Department contract to be expanded to cover Rangers, and what is that going to look like, in that situation where, is that going to mean that we can hire more Rangers, but we have to give up police officers, we have to give up some of their positions? So I guess I just need a full understanding. I know that when the attorney for Division of Natural Resources was talking. I have to go back and I have to look to see what your name was. But I think he covered, I'm sorry, Mr. Robert Allen, I think he covered a little bit about that, regarding the 638 contracts, because realistically, the 638 contracts are not negotiated, and they certainly are not.
Honorable Charles Noon.
CIA gives us, hello?
Yes, we can barely hear you, Honorable Charles Noon now.
Okay.
Can you turn up the volume?
Does that work better?
A little better, yeah. Go ahead, continue.
Oh, okay. I'm just because sometimes that seems to interrupt. So can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. Proceed.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, proceed.
Thank you. I do apologize. I'm on my way to Winter Rock right now. I guess that I just need a little bit of clarification when we're talking about what needs to happen as far as the advocacy level, because I think that would help the Law and Order Committee put things in perspective. We do have a priority list that we have been going by. And so if we need to add on there that we need to start advocating for rangers, or we need to start advocating to expand the 638 contract for the police department, then please, if we can get some clarification, that would help us tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon. Let me go back to Honorable K. Allen Begay.
Chairman, I guess we always forget to unmute today, but Kadola non-hidakit kwaba yashtiki. Again, the request is simply inquiring and get additional information. Akoko Joe the Hitan and Denigi pa eat etroti no a Kodon Hinanish in Nielsen. Ada Washington, Juanito Washington, what oti ne obicate ye daft obicate seats. Again, my position is that we need to ask our Navajo Nation Department of Justice to provide us the legal analysis. Well, going back to policy, with today's agenda be hockey jurisdiction. Oh, the odd epithet that we have these problems on the Navajo Nation. Earlier. And now iki bent on Nishiki Kwaja based on personnel, other support resource is lacking is some of the core problem because to Kwaja bent on Nishampa at den tradition. While we're trying to fix this internal process to have the rangers or the prosecutors get these documents for its proper process, they need more prosecutors. They need more staffing and resources. In a way, let's beef up this program and so on. What's the legal recommendation? Because the policy Title II indicates that DOJ, OMB, and the contracting officer are the negotiator of the 638 contract. So my push is that in order for these resources program on the Navajo Nation to get more funding or get funding established through 638 contract, could the Department of Justice provide us, based on Mr. Allen's input or remark, that they should provide us in writing to say that these are the options that the council could pursue in getting additional funding or modify the existing contracts. That's the specific request one. The second request, aid, now that we're getting funding directly from the federal government through 638 contract, let them provide us some policy and recommendation to the Department of Justice, Office of Tribal Justice and Tribal Justice Service. Dit all pesos la hata no trato dit all shi po hne za cho on sit to ni liki to penia what adan be how na shi be sa title so that's two requests shema of ego to not art bench hanasi ole.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Let me give some time over to the Department of Justice. Ms. Latonia Becenti Johnson, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Nez, and thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, and the Law and Order Committee and Resource and Development Committee. I wanted to provide a little bit of background. I also do have my colleague Michelle Begay on the line who assists on 638 matters. But everyone who has commented today, I do appreciate all their comments. Specifically, Delegate Charles Newton, I appreciate your request for clarification because we also need, Department of Justice need clarification to assist in answering and addressing these issues that were raised today. So from what I have gathered, and I honestly didn't hear Ms. Hope Wilson's report, but from what I gather from this joint leadership meeting is that there is a request to get the Rangers Commission, and in doing so, what are the steps to do so? Whether that's looking into amending our internal Navajo Nation laws and policy, and then also looking at 638 contracting and working with the BIA and to do so. So based on that, I do want to point out, since other people have pointed out, that there are several issues to this matter. And as Chief Francisco pointed out, this is a very complicated issue. There's not going to be a straight yes or no answer. There are several facets to this issue. And just thinking off at the top of my head, there are issues regarding the 638 issues related, as Delegate Key Allen Begay had noted. There's issues regarding the Federal Tort Claims Act and what needs to be done in order to get the Rangers and other law enforcement officers covered under the FTCA. And then there's also the Navajo Post issues. And the former ALISA advisory opinions that I have been trying to gather since this meeting has started is these former DOJ advisory memos have dated back until 2001. Obviously, that's been a long time since that has happened. We need to look at the updated laws and policies, including the plan of operation of the resource enforcement, and also looking at DPS's authority and the Navajo Post. But I do want to let you know that we will be looking into this matter, specifically for the issues that I had raised regarding the 638 matters, and then also the FTCA matters and the Navajo Post matters, and the authority of the Resource Enforcement Department. So I do want to let you know that I am here listening, and we will be providing that advisement, but considering how complicated this matter will be, it will take some time to provide that, and we would appreciate your patience. As I had mentioned, my colleague Michelle Begay is on the line. She works specifically with the 638 matters along with OMB and their respective clients such as DPS, Scholarship Office, and so forth. But what Michelle has previously noted is that that the current police department the current police department scope of work under 638 contract does not include fire and rescue services, highway safety, emergency medical services, emergency management, environmental, and resource enforcement provided by other Navajo Nation federal programs. So I just wanted to provide that as an example that, and based on Delegate Key Allen Begay's recommendation of having that discussion with BIA, is that would be something that we would need to have discussion with BIA of amending the scope of work. As you know, there's a process to amending the scope of work with the BIA for 638 contracts. But overall, I wanted to let you know that we will be looking into this matter, specifically regarding the 638, the FTCA issues and the Navajo Post issues, to assist you all with moving forward with whether that means negotiating with the federal government and enacting Navajo Nation laws and policies. If you have any 638 questions, my colleague Michelle's on the line, but I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Michelle Begay, could you also add to that, please?
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and both committees. This is Michelle Begay from Department of Justice, and I'm assigned to work on the 638 matters for the nation. I just wanted to provide a brief, I guess, response to what had been said. When the tribe enters into a 638 contract with the federal government, it's specifically for the purpose of providing any services that the federal government would have provided to the tribe. And along with that, the funding that goes with that is whatever funds that were that were appropriated by the federal government for those purposes. So that's why we receive the funding that we receive. It's the money that Congress has set aside for those specific program services purposes. And so that's what we get. I understand that Mr. Delegate Key Allen Begay wants the nation to receive more funds for certain 638 contracts. However, when you look at the funds that we receive under certain contracts, the funds are never expended entirely for each year that we are funded. And when we ask for more money for those services, the BIA usually says, well, you still have money. You have carryover funds that you haven't spent, so why are you asking for more money? So that's something that would need to be addressed. And I understand that for the police department, they have had vacancies, and that's a part of the reason why there's so much carryover. In regard to seeking another 638 contract for the, the DNR officers, we would have to check to see if that is actually a program or something that the federal government provides. So does BIA provide those type of services for the Navajo Nation? And if so, what is the amount of money that they use to provide those services? Because that would be what we would contract for. So those are just a couple of things. I think Mr. Allen had mentioned that. So I don't believe that we do have several contracts with the BIA for different programs under the Division of Natural Resources, but I don't believe that there's one specific to the resource enforcement. And one more thing, along with the services that we provide under the 638 contract, as part of the tribes taking over those services and providing those, that's what we get the coverage under the FTCA for, is providing those services. So for an instance, in the Navajo Police Department, they not only enforce Navajo law, but they also enforce federal laws. So because of that's what they're doing, which is in our contract scope of work that describes what they have to do. And it also includes the standards that the nation is going to provide those work, the programs the work that we were doing under the contract. So we have to comply with all those things in there. And that does include some references to BIA standards as well. So there's a lot of things that go along with it. And hopefully that did provide some clarification regarding the 638 contract process and things that are involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Let me go to Mr. Delmar and then to Honorable Stewart after that. Mr. Delmar? Mr. Delmar, press star 6 to unmute.
I got it, sir. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Just by example, Michelle talked about, she covered a bunch of stuff as far as the accumulation of past dollars. We're working on that, and I think we're going to be coming here pretty shortly that we're going to be running out of monies as far as the monies is concerned. We've addressed that as the Navajo Division of Public Safety. Just by example, I just wanted to mention this to you, and I'm so grateful to the Law and Order Committee yesterday. They heard from the director from Criminal Investigations on the medical investigator program. We did, I remember, in partnership with with Madam Chair, during one of the visits we had to Washington, D.C., we're trying to get funding for the medical investigator, that program there. Ever since I remember, since joining the Navajo Police, back since the 1980s, we've always responded to unhidden. We responded to people who we lose, who pass away at home, and the obligation came to the Criminal Investigations Department to investigate the death of our people and determine the cause of death. I always remember that on the Arizona side, they have the Arizona death certificate, which has a tribal component to it that we signed a lot of people certifying the death of people based on our observations. We had doctors that were law enforcement people, but we were obligated to do that. So I and also the Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee and the Task Committee too as well, we approached BIA asking for funding for this program. And as Michelle mentioned just a while ago, their response was, we don't have such a program. We don't have the medical investigator program for you to contract. We don't have no such program at all. So, so my suggestion is, why don't we utilize the regional director of the Navajo regional office and make that request to them to see if we could have the DNR law enforcement officers be included somehow. We go to Washington, D.C., we go to the BIA OJS office here, and what they tell us is, we don't have such a program for you to contract. But perhaps if we go through the regional office through the regional director's office and make that request, that we need funding for the DNR officers, and perhaps we could make some movement there. So Eu hataban this case, and I just want to mention that to this the two committees. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. Honorable Stewart, you're up.
Christian Shanai, Bill Shanai, Keth, Aranda, Mr. Delmar, Mr. Shabala, Auto Chief Francisco, so yeah, Auto Ms. Wilson, so, and everybody else on the line. The areas I have and I'm thinking about up to this point, is with the areas that have been discussed from concerns from Ms. Wilson regarding the rangers and what needs to be addressed with their funding, with the personnel, with what has been said with in regards to DOJ, not DOJ, but the prosecutor's office, and waiting for funding for some time now. And then we've talked about policies and cross commission and posts and all these. And I'm listening to this discussion and this dialogue that we have today. And it seems like it has happened way back since 2001, even prior to that, when we still had 50 plus rangers. And then through the years, they went down. So through all this time, and these policies, as was stated, need to be updated. And asking, what can we do with a 638? But how can we modify it? What can DOJ suggest to us as an oversight? What needs to be done? These are areas that I think us as delegates, we need to look at to say this is where we can we make these changes? Can these changes be done? Along with the policies that each one operate out of, with public safety, with natural resources, with the rangers, where can we modify those? What needs to be done? And it was also mentioned, that, Shana looks at, what efforts can be made to better yourself at the next level. We've seen that. We've heard it from Ms. Wilson on how she wants her program. The program she's the director over for these rangers, to seek more funding, to seek more personnel, to seek equipment. And it's from there. And then on the other side, again, we have funds that are given to us by 638 to the nation through 638 for personnel again. But that's for law enforcement. So how can we pull these two together? They both enforce the law. One through using natural resources, the one through using the public service, human public service. But violators are always going to be the humans. So how can we put this back in order to say this is how we can do this? I think that that's what I want to share. Up to this point, Shania and colleagues from RDC, LOC, and those on the line from DOJ to DNR to prosecutor's office. And I think this is not just gonna happen now. Like Shania always says, what is going to be the outcome from here? What's going to be the outcome? What are going to be the checkoff list to happen? I think that's what we need to talk about now, is what are going to be the checkoff list? What are we going to assign to DOJ? What are we going to assign to prosecutors, to resource informants, to Mr. Delmar and his police officers, Mr. Chief Francisco, to help us in developing something that we can present back to the committees, to council, to Washington, to assist for us to get more funding. That's all I want to say, Shana, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. Let me give some time back over to Department of Resource Enforcement. Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Chairman Nez and Madam Chair Charles Newton. I appreciate the discussion of what's going on and what's going back and forth. It's very good. What I wanted to highlight was that regarding some of the issues is that, we send our cadets to the Federal Law Enforcement Academy down in Artesia. And as a result of that, they are considered federal officers if any cases were to go to the federal court. That's the position they retain when they graduate from the academy there. And, all of our Rangers go through a background check. They meet the same standards as police officers. And, it's like Mr. Allen highlighted a little bit, it goes back to where things have changed over the years. Certain individuals have their opinions on what, Rangers are allowed to do, what their certification is, what their commissioning is, what their authority is. And it seems to change with, I don't want to say with different administrations, but when different individuals become employed, it seems like everybody has their opinion. I did share some of those legal opinions with you with the RDC when we provided our presentation. And I want to just mention that Mr. Bitsui from prosecutors did reach out to us already, and we do have a meeting set up with him regarding some of the prosecutor issues we've had before, and hopefully we'll be able to work through those on our side. But I think that I appreciate the discussion and everything, and hopefully moving forward, Chief Francisco highlighted that he is working on Navajo Nation Post on his side, and that we're going to provide our application training documents to him as well, so that his staff can review those kind of things. But one thing I want to highlight, I guess, is that we keep saying it's complicated, or that this has to be in place, this has to be changed, this needs to be done. But, as in the news the other day, there was a shooting again in Colorado. And I guarantee you, if there was an active shooter here on the Navajo Nation, it wouldn't be complicated at that point. We would be expected to respond as a law enforcement agency. Not only resource enforcement, but all law enforcement officers under natural resource would be expected to respond to a situation like that. But I do understand, the liability issues that DOJ brings up and stuff, and, I really appreciate Delegate T. Allen advocating on our behalf regarding additional funding that we need and seeking other funding sources that may be available to us. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Yeah. Honorable members of RDC as well as Law and Order Committee, do you have any other questions or comments? I believe we covered everything on the bullet points that we have on the agenda. Oh, yeah, Honorable Eugene So, thank you for getting on the line with us.
I had two conferences today, some early and some now. Did it by yesterday. What needed it or start outside our jurisdiction by yesterday. Because now at the end we came up to 638 the funding as Senator. Which is he regards to jurisdiction utility, natural resource, the Sea Rangers, Forestry, Fish and Wildlife, the citation, the Grazing Committee citation. I sent a memo to Mr. not Mr. Dr. Shalabai to come up with all the departments plan of operation and whatever needs to be revised. I would like to do up there as a legislation regards to all the departments that has citation. Another one is the separate court system. John Onson, but this is in the long run. I don't know if it's ever going to be done, but it's my dream, way I see it, because the separate court system would allow all the other natural resource that has citation to have its own judge and the prosecutor. So honestly, we as grading committee, when I was in there for 32 years, we have tried to yell out, scream out from as a program out of the Department of Act. Really, nothing really happened because a grading committee is a program, but they have the authority within the CFR and also within the department and also Navajo Nation Code Title 3, 871. Don't know which they have a lot of authority in there. They're the subcommittee of the resource committee. This is the RC&D, their subcommittee. They're the front line for the resource and development committee because they know the land real good. Everything. If you put them all 7 to 8 members together, you'll see the whole reservation where the problems are and the issues. Because the natural resource and the problems we're talking about today, it's really going to magnify it. They really have the experience and some for long years they've been challenging it. But I even now to enforce the natural resource citations. But we need to somehow figure it out. But I would really like to see some paperwork. I need ACORN legislation. What we need to needs to be changed. What needs to be amended. How would be better. That's what I would like to see. I can talk all day long, but that's where I'm at as eyes and ears for and also for the Navajo Nation as a whole, not only Chimney. In it, Nabansa's case, I got Asian Ilya, Fashit Ilya, as a council does it. So that's how I believe in, that's what I want, I'm striving for. Even Nagogo, I would really like to see that, and I think Mr. Shabala would give me a call afterwards and talk about all these issues that we have within the natural resource. And there are others, a lot, that we can make new amendments to. I hope that Mr. Shabala give me a call after the meeting so we can start something. We have, for the first time, I think it was yesterday, we had 0 COVID positive tests and 0 deaths. Man, it looks real good looking at it. I wish that would go on for the rest of the pandemic and we can get out of it. And I feel real bad about a lot of things that happened through the year. Not all you need over almost 1,300. That's a lot of Navajos. That's a lot of them. I can't. Only one it hurts. That's enough for me. So what I go on this case, so we're striving through this pandemic, and we're not really seeing eye to eye. It would be really good, to resolve some of these issues right after right there. Just in one day we can do it. Put the legislation down, good, easy. We can do it, but that needs to be done. I like the profile. We talk all the way to the midnight about issues, concerns, and problems, etc. I would like to see it on paper, and we need to start making those amendments, start changing some of these laws that kind of don't benefit our people out there, and also for our workers and employees. So, I'm sorry, because I feel this chair door. members of the LOC and the RDC though, then the House Nagi. I do commend you for today to discuss the issues of the Navajo people and how we can correct it, how we can better it for the people so it can benefit them more. That's who we're speaking for. That's who we're here for, not for ourselves. So thank you.
Okay, Honorable So, behind Jiki, Allah gonna be jurisdiction enforcement issues, the prosecution's responsibility, as well as the lack of support that our rangers currently have. They really are in dire need of funding. We'll start with Washington. 638 Neneda Hit Ahoda Aisha Behis Ani Ashterado Nitigation Nail Elston Hitara. A question on Dasha Spahanana Zitida. Before I hand the gavel over to Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton for Law and Order's concerns. At Denya, we will have a follow-up meeting, another joint follow-up meeting with Law and Order and RDC. Hopefully we'll have it scheduled within a month or so. Yes, who's this?
Chairman Thomas Walker.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor, sir.
Oh, yep, ito siya. Again, colleagues, Resource Development Committee members, and LOC committee membership, both chairpersons, division directors, the departments and programs, DOJ, as well as our staff. So, I just want to say something really simple, maybe oversimplified, but I think the appropriate people, appropriate authorities are on this call that are in a key position to act on the issues that were described, that were laid out, that were reported on previous meetings, and then today again. Those of us that are on the call are in a position to act and to make changes or address the situation described. There is a need. It starts with defining that need. Everything starts there. I think we are all aware of what the needs are. Whether we're employed officials or elected officials, that responsibility that we have, that duty is to act appropriately with the authorities that are spelled out in the Navajo Nation codes, using those authorities properly. In a very oversimplified fashion, I want to make that statement. I guess looking up ahead, moving forward and looking up ahead in the coming days, weeks, months, years to come. I think we've gone through one of the worst periods of our lifetimes. Certainly, sure. I can speak to that. This has been the worst year, maybe in my entire lifetime, losing family members, losing relatives, and being confined to home, my home, and with my family. With days without end, not knowing, what is safe anymore. The water we drink, the food we eat, people we come into contact with. This is all. I haven't get ego beat me. That there's enough lessons from that also to teach us to learn from for a lifetime. Johnson, the situation we're describing here, with the issues on our land, dealing with natural resources, protecting those resources, protecting, safeguarding them, preserving them. Looking at it, of course, the backdrop is the pandemic, some very dangerous virus out there, threatening anything and everything. Everything we talked about, it's threatened by this pandemic. Let's make a commitment. President Nez, Vice President Lizer, the NEPA, the appointments he's made to the divisions. Confirm it on Hila. The Bohonetza, the Egedaga, Dorsaho, I Latanella, short ego. Accord John Chida Art and he did out the late the credo, the Nanha that is the Yat Alnicado Lord. Giva Jeans, Sudan Gido, Nidaco. A quaggy that they've commissioned us. Nan Jin His Nan and Adoti Nahat the digit on his whole garden, the fishing. Ages it, they we ye, but they has and the catot at the corner that we need Hayat Etholic, after that, even that we've got to see this through. What instance, just a little few words of encouragement and generalizing here and there and oversimplifying in certain areas. But again, the right people that are in a position to take action and make a commitment to resolve some of these matters here. They're on the call. We're on the call. We have to answer that call of duty. But they need to Chairman, there's here showing Agido response under Notlini.
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Nedana Kroba Heinzigi. We have to have that commitment in our hearts for the Navajo people to fix it. Even Nakro, Honorable Kialam Begay, Juanita. Let's do something about it. And in order to be committed, you have to press forward with that heart saying, let's get it done. Let's roll up our sleeves and take care of this. However way we can find funding for our rangers and whatever it takes to enhance their duties and responsibilities, let's make that change. Let's make that policy change. There'll be a follow-up meeting and see where we're at with it in about a month.
Chairman. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, this is Ms. Bowman. May I make a few remarks, please?
Ms. Bowman, which department are you from?
I'm Director of the Public Defender Office for 27 years.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair and honorable delegates. Since we're talking about the criminal justice system, I would like the delegates to know I only have 7 case handlers, 7 public defenders. And right now, 2 of those positions are vacant, and they've been vacant almost a whole year. So that leaves me with 5. One of my staff was diagnosed with COVID, and she was not working for a period of over a month. Then another one had surgery. So that left 3 case handlers. And we're covering all the courts, including the Supreme Court. So I really lack resources in terms of personnel and funding. And there was carryover approved for me last year, but I guess all of that got wiped out. And what I would like you to know is it's been very difficult for us, even though we're not having trials or hearings where the people have to participate. We're still doing detainers and extraditions and bail hearings and sentencing hearings and arraignments. So we're still working, and some of us are working from home, but not all of us. But what I want to say is, with all of these law enforcement issues from the police department and the rangers, we're in dire need of treatment centers. We don't have a detox center. We don't have any real treatment centers of any amount that we need for our people, because we have to remember that the substance abuse addictions or drug addictions, they're health issues. And when people do those things, they get into trouble and then they become criminal issues. But we need to address healing for our people. And that's what I've been preaching about for I don't know how many years now. We're not doing anything in terms of getting treatment centers. We have to send our people, far away for treatment. And just to give you an example. Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
yes.
I really appreciate what you are saying as far as treatment centers and all.
Mm-hmm.
What I would like as the chair of RDC is to make a recommendation to your office, the public defender's office, which is to come report to RDC with your concerns, and also provide a report to Law and Order Committee with your concerns. And your concerns that you're talking about is very important. Ani ebni na hastitenne kro not anish the dots intens and eben na bahenzi the de kwagi has angige gonna be to rangers has anja Miss Bowman. So I would like to just let you know that I want you to email Miss Shami Begay, our advisor. I don't
Yes.
request to provide a report to RDC, and we'll allow you to report. Ashbiga.
Okay, I can do that, but as long as 2 committees are there, I want you to know that I have dire need of funding too. And it's difficult to recruit attorneys, and it's not just my office, it's legislative branch, prosecutors, DOJ, all the offices that need attorneys and advocates. We're all recruiting. We can't find anybody. So even if we get resources, there's nobody to hire, attorneys and advocates. So that's a big problem. We don't have enough professional people coming from our people that are going to law schools and universities. We just don't have enough. And I wanted you all to know that that's a big difficulty for all the legal programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Thank you very much. So send an email to Ms. Shami Begay, our advisor, and we'll allow you to provide a report to RDC as well.
Oh.
Okay.
Chairman, this is the delegate
Yes.
also. I really appreciate Ms. Bowman indicating the issue of substance abuse and treatment. And that's what leads to a lot of the criminal activity on Navajo. So ada e the yego aro andishni so howate mado jae kato tashkeda then kese bagalia chinne bi gahayana kagabna ka khatine shiyama na istehna asla don rangers do ho anlata binan yego that basic otahne I just would like to acknowledge that. Number one is that I guess back to the 638 contract and so forth. As I was thinking about it, yes, it is true. What are we going to 638 on the Rangers? And currently, how much federal resources is coming into that? The federal government is providing resources to the Rangers right now. Quite get oil basis at the cut. A condajoshi pendahit agoshe khan laban the cadet that we did. The Department of Justice should be really assisting us at this time pertaining to this issue if it's feasible to go ahead and move forth with a proposal to 638 the Navajo Nation Rangers. It sounds like many years ago there was an opportunity for the Navajo Nation to 638 the Rangers, and I guess leadership at the time didn't agree to it due to the price tag. And that is peso na gahaki. Forward, you know. We have to start looking at how we where we put our money. One thing, I think that we need to start asserting a tax on the tax on grazing permit and farm permits, because that's where a lot of we can generate some revenues off of this, and allow those revenues generated off of the grazing permits and the farm permits, and even the home site lease fees that are coming in for those to go directly to this operation. That way, and they can be a lot, but it will be something that they will receive. And then I do agree that Rangers office really, the Rangers, they do a lot and they're underpaid. I had a conversation with one Ranger back in Western Agency, and you guys can increase the pay for us. Can you guys help us? No. I remember it indicating that that's a matter of your division director and your program managers. You have to look for funds and identify funds so that it can be possible. I did Mr. Shabala Chinala Kode Rangers. I did that okay. I had it ego that so and not a take a budget season jet now on just not initially these law enforcement officers, Rangers, they're getting a low really pay level, and Asho Banton kiss Niyado ta inish Nihi Kodo Bishma Ando a peso on tatita. The programs bring the budgets to the council. So this is what I need. Abika Kodo ya benacha Ashane dane Abika peso ya natita. I really hope that you're going to support them. You've been here for 3 years. You had a chance to work to give increases for your Rangers for 2-3 years, but it sounds like there's no increase. I don't know. But I really, really urge you to address this matter because this is a function of the executive branch. President Rangers that okay. Increase that ordinance. But the game is banana in Shiki. Again, the Navajo Rangers out there across the Navajo Nation, many kudos to you because the amount of work that you're doing, and you're doing it with less. I really hope that they gave you that. There was that one point where they took away your commission or that authority you have. I really hope you got those back. But I really want to make sure that our Rangers are treated equal and they're law enforcement. The separation of the current structure, I think we need to find a way where instead of moving the whole department under one central law enforcement agency, we need to make sure that public safety, Department of Justice, the prosecutor's office, and DNR, all the programs such as Fish and Wildlife Services, the Rangers and EPA really need to communicate. Don't operate in silos. You're all identified as law enforcement, and I think want to be unison under one voice is very, very important. And Hope brought up a very, very good point. If a shooting happened on the Navajo Nation, all of law enforcement would have went under one voice, would have unified. No matter what, oyo silos na no. This is our authority. No, nobody else don't need to be a part of it. You need to go ahead and make sure that you find that you push those barriers down, especially Department of Justice. You should be there. We're your client. You work for us. We give you, I see. We take care of you. And we expect the client for services to be provided. I really hope the Attorney General's on the line. And you should be, because you have the prosecution office that's under your office, and you have the assigned attorneys that oversee certain programs, such as for DNR and law enforcement. Those two attorneys that is geared to oversee public safety and DNR should be working together and find a way through this mess here. This is the path. Instead of saying we can't do that, we can't. We didn't hire you to say we can't, or what up in find a solution, find a path for us, so that we can address policy where policy needs to be changed, so that path could be set in stone, so that the Rangers can get what they need to be done, and where they're working with all the other agencies. at the executive staff, president's office. A lot of these programs that we're talking about is under your direction. Don't he da initiate a show de hadit era da so isho halit labik hoto ni aje to ni da inish ko ai aje hot ego ako bik ho ya in hat anti be. That's when you bring that plan to the council, and this is where we need to change the policy. It's not initially, yeah. Asahan there's an anjo the west era. Okay, oh, what aban, such case, the Haji had that now that eat and oh, what on him, a lot of these things could be addressed internally, policy. And, but, it has to go. It came to the committee level. I thank you very much, Chairman Nez, for calling this session. Then allowing me to have this time.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. So, Department of Justice, Ms. Latanya Vicente Johnson and Ms. Michelle Begay. Earlier, Honorable Begay requested a statement. Could you provide that statement to Ms. Begay so she can disseminate to the committee members as well as LOC? Send it to their advisor as well, Ms. Laureen Spencer. If you're still on the line, Ms. Johnson, are you on the line? Ms. Michelle Begay, are you on the line?
Hi, Chair. This is Latanya. Yes, Michelle and I are both on the line. Just to make sure we're on the same page as you. When you say statement, would you like Michelle to provide what she noted verbally to the advisor? Is that what you're requesting?
Yes, and also there was a statement made about a legal analysis by the Department of Justice, and Honorable Gay had requested that as well. Ms. Johnson?
I apologize, but I don't recall the legal analysis. I did note that we would be looking into this matter. Is that what you are referring to?
Sure. Just provide the analysis on the 638 as well. What you provided today, we would appreciate it in writing.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you very much. Honorable members of RDC and LOC, any other questions or comments before I hand the gavel over to Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton? Atenya Hakoshila. Let me give the...
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Begay.
Mr. Chair and Madam Chair, can you, there's other council delegates on the line. Can you have them introduce themselves for the record? Because this information will be provided to the office of the speaker. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable members. I am on the line and I was trying to unmute myself, so I apologize. I'll wait till after the introduction.
Okay. Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton, RDC pretty much is on the line. Would you ask your committee to introduce themselves? Whoever's on the line.
Yes, Delegate James and Delegate Eugene. So can you introduce yourself so that the RDC is aware of who is on the line? Thank you.
This is Delegate Vince James, represent Kendall-Lachi, Laganke, Ilti-Tahoye, Jedito, Kislachi, Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Jedito are the chapters that I represent. I've been on the line listening, but no questions because I should not let Chair Honorable Ricky Nan stated that and give it back to LOC, so I just been listening. But I've been on the line, so Yate, Ado, Bahoji, Joshi, I can ask my question. Thank you.
Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon, I'll hand the gavel over to you.
Thank you, Chair Nez, Otto, LOC committee members who are on the line. I do want to say that I think that this discussion that we've had today was a very healthy discussion, and it was also a much needed, dialect that had to happen. It sounds like we have a lot of things in front of us. I would certainly like kind of a breakdown, if we could, of all of the, the items that have to be addressed, as well as the items that have been brought up today that that we are responsible for. And I say that because that makes it easier for me to kind of see, okay, like DOJ is going to be doing this, Department of Public Safety is going to be doing this, and it will allow us to be able to kind of keep up with what is going on. I believe that Delegate Carl Slater said it best when he said that we oftentimes have these joint meetings and work sessions only to, have these meetings and nothing really comes about. And so I know when we had meetings with Hess, we kind of put together a checkoff list that, will tell us what Hess is responsible for, and then what LOC is responsible for as far as tasks that have to be completed. So I think I would like something similar to that. If we could, Chair Nez, maybe we could work on that together to try to put together a checklist of things that need to be accomplished in order to get, to have this goal accomplished. I know, again, it seems like there was a lot of suggestions, recommendations that have been made. And I apologize. I am here in Window Rock. The weather is not that great, but I think because of the weather, I wasn't having very good cell phone reception. And in some places where I normally have coverage, I suddenly wasn't having any coverage. So I did miss a little bit of what was talked about. But I think that this checklist will allow us to be able to be on point with what needs to be addressed, and then also, like I said, with the end goal of getting our rangers getting them what they need, but also ensuring that they are also going to be responsible for some of the work that Department of Public Safety is going to, or the Department of Public Safety is also responsible for. So I appreciate the time. Thank you, Law and Order Committee members, for being on the call, for listening in. And I do appreciate the extension from RDC to listen in on this discussion and, for us to work together. Thank you.
Honorable Charles Noon.
Yes, Chair Naz, did you call me? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Honorable Charles Noon. Would you continue onto the agenda?
Yes, I apologize. Yes, I can. So next we do have the issue on the agenda regarding the hemp farm cleanup activities. I believe that we did have RDC did lead a discussion on this matter. It was maybe a couple weeks ago. Chairman Nez, maybe you can provide me a date later on when that meeting took place. But we did have Division of Natural Resources on that call, as well as I believe Public Safety. I don't think that they were on that call, but both myself and Delegate Otto So were listening into that meeting. One of the issues that did come up was, I guess, the issue regarding jurisdiction. And a sense what was explained to us was, what was told to us was Division of Natural Resources was limited in what they could do and how they could address the issue, and then also, trying to assist the community. My understanding is that all these calls went directly to the Department of Public Safety. And so it was I guess in a way it was a little bit confusing about who had jurisdiction. And then there was also the overextension of jurisdiction provided to the Farm Board at that time. And so we, at that time, again, we had a very healthy discussion on this matter. And I believe Division of Natural Resources did bring up some issues at that time that they, again, dealing with jurisdiction that they were running into. We also learned that the greenhouses that are left over from the hemp farms, there was a question of, what is going to happen to that property. And we got a report from Charlie Galbraith, who is the attorney dealing with the case against Dinesh Benally. And then we also got some information from Navajo Nation Department of Justice as well. So through that whole conversation, I think the issue kind of kept coming back to the question of jurisdiction. So it's very similar to the same issues that were raised here in this meeting today with Division of Natural Resources and what they can and cannot do. And also, what I guess who ultimately had the authority to, make sure that these laws were being followed. So with that, Chair Nez, that's kind of the recap that I recall from the meeting that we had, or that RDC led during that time. So I apologize if I left anything out regarding this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton. I will go ahead and provide also a summarized statement from that meeting back on March 2 with the San Juan River Farm Board. On the meeting, we had the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, BIA, the Prosecutor's Office, and the Department of Justice, related all to the concerns and the issues that the previous San Juan River Farm Board had endorsed, which was a violation of law on hemp matters as well as marijuana. From all this legislation 0222-21, not 21, I initiated that legislation, and I appreciate Honorable Charles Newton assisting me with that, because this is our area and we had a lot of outcry from the local community and people hurting each other when it didn't need to happen. From that law, it became criminal to even operate anything related to hemp at a 0.3%. And from that, we have learned quite a bit, but still a lot of the other issues are within the court system, which are confidential matters. And one of the things that's happening that was brought to our attention by the Farm Board, current Farm Board members, are the hemp houses, the hoop houses they're also referred to, and how to clean them up, all these huge plastic buildings. And according to the Department of Justice, that these hemp houses that are here would require the federal government to keep them as evidence. So, but currently a lot of people are moving and doing things, hiding or selling these things when they shouldn't. So at the agency council meeting, I just let people know that these things shouldn't be happening. We also heard from the attorney representing the Navajo Nation, Charlie Galbraith, that he is pursuing litigation to forfeit most of these greenhouses. And all those involved are going to be brought to justice as well. And some of the issues that we discussed were the jurisdiction over non-native Navajo people. So that went well, and from it we walked away. And currently we would like to encourage the farmers along San Juan River to utilize the water and their farms, and a lot of farms are idle, and to bring it back to the purpose of why they hold a land permit for farming. So there are other issues that were brought up as far as taking away their land permits, because they were assigned these permits and they're violating laws by planting marijuana onto these fields. So there were enforcement issues, and there are still things that we need to really take care of. And currently there's a resolution that was passed by the San Juan River Farm Board of how many people are going to be brought to justice, and those that are using these farmlands to forfeit their farmlands due to the violation of law where they planted hemp and marijuana on their farm. So that will be a separate issue that is currently under litigation, but just for your information, that the Farm Board did identify all the people that did plant, and their farms is currently recommended to go before BIA and somehow forfeit these farms. So and we appreciate all our lawmakers, our colleagues that voted in favor of this law to criminalize it, and it really helped. But we understand spring is coming here around the corner, and we don't want no hemp or any type of marijuana being grown on these farms. So let me give the time back over to Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton.
Chair Nez, thank you for the recap on the meeting that was held back in the beginning of March. Again, committee members for Law and Order Committee, we did have this meeting, and this meeting does pertain to the Northern Agency. And I have to say that working with Delegate Rick Nez on this issue, there were a lot of, I think, problems that we ran into. We were asking a lot of questions, and in some cases, we had to, get involved when it came to protecting individuals. And so it did become an issue regarding the safety and welfare of community members. And so we did work together on that. We also, Delegate, our Chair Naz, led the efforts in changing the laws, and then also he introduced the legislation regarding hemp and marijuana. There currently, in the Shiprock area, we still have some stores that are selling hemp, and I did take a picture of that, and I did send it to Department of Public Safety, because we did, as council, pass that law, and it was signed into law by President Nez. So it is a law that we do have to try to enforce here on the Navajo Nation. But at the same time, I think we still run into that issue of jurisdiction. I do have to say that I was a little bit surprised when I know that Department of Health was contacted on several occasions regarding the outsiders coming in and being here on the Navajo Nation, and nothing was done on that. And ironically, we have that law that is being pushed right now for, casinos and for other issues. They are, I guess, pushing for that to, that we have to abide by. So it all kind of fell back to, at least in my opinion, and also in my dealings with what was happening, it was kind of like everybody was passing the buck. I hate to say that, but everybody was kind of passing the buck as far as who was going to be responsible. And I have to say that Delegate Chair Naz and I did have a conversation about this. I don't know if he recalls this, but it was kind of at the beginning of this whole incident. We talked about how delegates, there's this perception that delegates have this great power. And I think what our people wanted to see was us delegates going into these fields and stopping the production from happening. However, as we know as delegates, that is not something that we can do. And so for, at least with the elders that I met with in my community, I did explain to them that, I don't have a gun, and yes, we as delegates do have badges, but we don't have, the right badge to be able to stop the production from happening. The only thing we could do as delegates is relay the information to the proper authority, which I believe Chair Naz and I were what we were doing. So again, it does fall back to this question of jurisdiction. Who has the jurisdiction? And then more importantly, who has the authority to step in and say, that this cannot happen. We know that the Farm Board never had the authority, so no Farm Board member has the authority to step in to say, yes, it can happen, or no, it can't happen. I believe that we were referred back to Department of Public Safety on this matter. However, I can also attest that on August 9th, 2019, 2020, I did email, I believe it was Department of Justice, the President's Office, Department of Public Safety, Jesse Delmar, and I asked how many citations have been written in Shiprock regarding, what is happening. And I was told 3 citations were written as of August 9th, 2020. That was a little bit hard to understand what was happening, but as was provided to us at the report through Division of Natural Resources back at the beginning of March, it did come back to, who had the authority at that time to step in and stop what was going on. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation, and it does surround jurisdiction. Because I think that if our officers, were, busy handling other calls, it would have been nice to have rangers come in and back up police department, or, I did at one point ask to have FBI come in, to offer assistance. I believe when I think I threatened actually President's Office and Department of Public Safety and Department of Justice that I would call BIA, and I believe Representative Anthony Allison also responded to that email as well and said that he was on board with that. I think it was 2 days after that some things started moving. So it does come back to the question of jurisdiction. It does come back to the question of, who is responsible. We obviously don't want something like this happening again. And if we have to go out and get assistance, then I think that's something that this committee, both committees need to be aware of. Thank you.
Honorable Chair Charles Noon.
Hello, can everybody still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We heard everything you said. This part of the agenda, Madam Charles Newton, is yours. So you can facilitate this part.
I'm sorry, Chair Naz, it cut out for like 5 seconds there. I apologize. Can you repeat what you said?
I said this part of the agenda is for you to facilitate.
Thank you for that, Chair Naz. So with that,
Okay.
committee members for both RDC and LOC, are there any questions regarding this matter that is pertaining to the hemp farm cleanup activities, rangers and police officers' authority and jurisdiction?
Madam Chair.
Delegate Otto-So, you have the floor.
One of my concerns is members of the that are on the line. One of my concerns is ite oyo akune dahndi kaho ati anta li kaho oyo kwage pasisti ako ato asi no hasta todo hadith ta adne ko akune oyo tati ni hobane kai ako je behani ya خاطر या तो इसे इतना होने के लिए आज साथ ही इसका इन नता हनात जो at one point the Navajo Nation had approved the THC level to be to the USDA recommendation and was identified as farming, part of agriculture. The federal government has labeled hemp farming as part of agriculture. Ya ti pashin shniki jati asne go hojisho asna hansili hadil yago. You basically changed the rules in the middle of the ball game. That's the way I see it. And I believe that's the reason why Honorable Edmund Yazzie moved to table the legislation until the case had a decision had been made on the case, on the situation, and now the issue is property that is seized. And in the overall case, you have farmers that are going through the process now that are trying to get these hoop houses to be, or they're trying to take these hoop houses down, and the nation is saying they want to retain them for evidence and so forth. But I think that we may be damaging the case as much as trying to help support the case. Alcohol, aja kwelti jina aja hati sayidel nisto hati aja yitahwea. Alon dati de hebesh mas ane kon nelch oyo mashin. Ni ona ho de kida ta na no ho pes ani sa ho na ya ko la kida o yo pa shin o zi kwa ke hui to na ko even na ko ona in ko ai ya I think we should allow the individuals that are prosecuting this case that's being that's going through the Navajo Nation court system right now should be heard first and should be completed before we decide to move for additional policy change. Because no banana alcohol and then add ya pani tati ne so ye in the under the agriculture aj Washington aj ya yitha aj banat yidla it's farming. People farm hemp. Alcohol. Although Washington, Ecuador, ASEAN, Department of Justice, we're sovereign nations and when federal policies come down the pipeline, we are subjected to these federal policies, whether we like it or not. Alcohol, for instance, we go to the budget formulation. We only get whatever monies we get. If we go ahead and think that the government did us wrong, we can take them to the courts and say did us wrong here. Why isn't it the federal government or the Department of Justice not petitioning the federal courts to say, hey, hemp you put into the agriculture. Why isn't it the Navajo Nation not fighting that part of the case? And this name, Kaya up the Nebagadot Asa no Yati. Home site lease Kaya Bagadot Asa no Yati. Ashi is been Yanan hit it, Nitina Adolebe in Yes in it. Yeah. Ko aba shinne ko emna aba ajorta aje kwel tejin dat igi hatin dat ajen tahon adon higati ahitashit aygo ko bitas adon yan kiyada kito is sodon hot ado wache eti khada aje not ani Nitlini Ecuador Yanani Tito Lit Abehas Ani Jodi Hot Zaiban Nash Doti Anahot Aniban Nashi Lit Abehas Ani Hard Nis A coid Nafito Honahoto Nisa Honstano Okodo Bebe Benash Ecuador you'd not Ashina Lashi a hot egg go the Kado Acho Eto Archipe. Not ego, but ego. And you have the Navajo Nation courts there, and I really hope that the Navajo Nation courts are impartial. And looking at these policies that are rendered down from the federal government, and there's good and bad to it. But Khalid la yati kwel tije atindat kojeb as aje kodona anini lini kodo ati oyo hone indil bani kanale. My recommendation is to let the court go through this process, let the prosecution happen, whatever happens until a decision is made. That's when the leadership can address policy making. And this is the reason why the chief prosecutor and the attorney general is moving forth with this case. But that's just my pitch and my 2 cents on this. I don't even know jurisdiction. halit ala sa labanan na sinada yutlahat niya. Makes it sound like that the police officers didn't do anything. They only issued 3 citations. Oh, huge and the whole it never came up a car. Ko penal ko. Ko ape aja hati aja expected le. Do aja na hot. Do what in the ape has anina so be ha the nagi ko tahnada tahit it or listen. Ko hot yeah, I'll go back this. Go on mute.
Yeah, I should say, Delegate Otto, so for sharing your concerns and also the questions that you have. Are there, I guess at this point, Delegate Otto, so just so I'm clear, are you wanting a response from DOJ on this matter?
Well, I am hoping that we are not getting in the way of DOJ and, maybe damaging, the case. Because che ona shingo ko oyo ozi ho a sin o hot a na shi ho te ko ozi ho a o hot e ko most likely if anything happens ozi ho a o the case will be rendered against the nation eben na andishni ho anti aje tayana kai no ho ado what in the e ya kodo and a Kodope, Nayi Katoni, Michael also dancing and yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Delegate Otto. So do we have DOJ or possibly Charlie Galbraith on the line?
Yeah, this is Jason Thurl with DOJ. I don't believe Charlie will be getting on, but Brian Curley Chambers, who has been very involved in this case, I believe he is on as well.
Thank you for informing us of that. Can we get some, just so that we are okay and we don't overstep any boundaries or possibly damage the case, can we get some guidance or clarification on what can or cannot be discussed during this meeting?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult because there are certain things we shouldn't discuss, but if we brought those up, we would be discussing them. But I have been in contact with Charlie. As you probably know, they're pursuing litigation against different parties, Benali, the Chinese investors, and individual farmers. And where those cases are specifically procedurally what we're planning to file, those are things that I don't think we should get into. On the other hand, there are there are issues that are just out there that are public, that are known, like the difficulty there has been with serving Dineb Benali, serving an amended complaint on Dineb Benali. The judge presiding over the case has interpreted the rules as requiring direct service on the defendant, and so they won't allow service instead on Dineb Benali's attorney, David Jordan, but are requiring direct service. So that's where the litigation is. There's all these different bad actors potentially involved, and so that where those are specifically and what plans we have to move forward with the litigation, some of those things we wouldn't want to share in this public forum, though. Charlie mentioned if RDC wanted to go into executive session to figure this out, those details might be things we could share in that case. On the non-litigation side, Charlie just mentioned that he'd submitted legislation, and now I'm talking specifically with regard to cleaning up leftover property from a number of these farmers that's been strewn about. He mentioned that he'd submitted draft legislation to you, Honorable Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, that would create a system by which such property would be disposed of. Individuals claiming a property right to a given piece of property would go through a due process hearing of some sort that would be overseen by the farm board and a special master that would be appointed. And if they could prove by a preponderance of the evidence that it was their property, they could claim it. Any property not claimed in the end would be subject to disposal as determined by the farm board and or the special master. So I bring this up just because I've heard there's a lot of concern about all of this waste just lying around. I heard Honorable Delegate Otto So's concern about making policy changes and possibly getting in the way of the litigation, but the reality is that litigation sometimes takes longer. So as far as the cleanup goes, that's what I'm aware of as a potential option to speed things along, is this proposed legislation that Charlie has submitted. Again, if Brian Curley Chambers is on, he wants to make additional comment, I welcome him to state what he has to say, but that's the information I have for now.
This is Brian Curley Chambers. I don't have anything else additional to add unless there are any more specific questions. But no, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you both. Thank you both for being on the line and for providing that information. And just to be clear, honorable colleagues, Charlie Galbraith did submit a legislation to both myself and also Dana Bobroff. We are working together to make sure that the laws are abided by. So I believe that legislation was sent again to both me and Office of Legislative Counsel. Charlie did ask that Dana provide some recommendations or provide some input on that, but the draft legislation has been sent to her office. Thank you. Just to be clear, that draft legislation is to address the things that are left over on the farms. As I indicated at the beginning of this part of the meeting, there were some questions of who has the right over this property, and I believe it's in litigation right now because nobody has really stepped forward to say this is my property. And so that's what we're trying to deal with, is just the property that has been left over. Thank you. Chair Nez, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you at this time since there have been some questions that I think have been raised. The one that I am going to ask Chair Nez is, should we go into executive session at this time?
Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton, I don't believe we need to go into executive session. We're not discussing the details of the litigation. And if we were Department of Justice, our attorneys would tell us if we are or we should go into executive session. But I believe that we're just touching the surface of how to approach these hemp farms, and perhaps what we can do is get a space on the radio announcements to tell people that spring planting is coming and that hemp is still illegal on the Navajo Nation. So that's just my statement. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Naz. Do we have BIA on the line with us? I don't hear anything coming from BIA, but DOJ, I do appreciate I guess the advice that, it's not really advice, but what the recommendation that you have provided us. What I will say is I'm going to go ahead and welcome you, DOJ. If there is a question that gets asked or a concern that gets discussed, and you feel that it may jeopardize the case or it may cause some damage to the case, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to interject and then request at that point to go into executive session so that we know that those questions or those concerns can't be addressed or they can't be answered. If committee members, if you'll allow me to extend DOJ that opportunity to do that, because obviously I don't think we do want we don't want to stall the litigation process, and we certainly don't want to get in trouble for talking about things that we shouldn't be talking about. So if there's no objections to that, committee members of RDC and also Law and Order Committee, if there are no objections, I will give DOJ that opportunity to interject at any time they feel that that we need to go into executive session. Is that, if I don't hear any objections, I will assume that DOJ will have that opportunity to do so. Thank you for that, committee members. So with that, are there any questions at this time regarding this issue?
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, this is Delegate Rick Nez.
Chair Nez, you have the floor.
Okay, the issue with hemp, the federal government under the U.S. Department of Agriculture, under their Farm Bill, it does say it does include hemp. Now, each tribal nation is supposed to submit their plan, and the Navajo Nation, being the delegates, the government representing the Navajo Nation, we never applied to have USDA approve any type of plan on the Navajo Nation, but we did submit only for educational purposes at New Mexico State University up on top of the hill at Napi to conduct an educational research experiment with hemp. The year 2019, it was 200 square feet. The year 2020, it was only for 5 acres. And this past NIP subcommittee meeting, Dr. Lombard did provide his presentation on the outcome of the research. So with that information, Chair Charles Newton and RDC as well as LOC committee members, we, as a nation, Navajo Nation, we do not have a plan in place or anything approved from the USDA that we should have anybody plant any type of hemp except for educational purposes at Napi with New Mexico State University. I just want to make that clarification as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that clarification. And I think, honestly, I think one of the discussion topics that were brought up during RDC's March meeting, I think, I can't remember who said it exactly, but I believe it was somebody from DOJ, but the statement that was made was something along the lines of, when all of this happened, it happened during the pandemic when many of us were in shelter in place, when we had that going on. And so it was a time where many of our first responders were responding to, obviously calls related to COVID-19. But in addition to that,
committee and council was also made aware, not only by the state of New Mexico, but I believe it was also what was happening here on the Navajo Nation with the increase of domestic violence happening in the homes. And I know that Law and Order Committee, we did have a meeting on that, and there was a small spike in the numbers of family disputes that were happening around that time as well. So a lot of our first responders were focused on COVID-19. And so I know that comment did come up at one point. But I believe what Chair Nez is talking about is true in that there was no regulations that were passed at that time to allow for any type of hemp farming. Without any regulations, it makes it difficult to do something. So even at the federal level, we see laws being passed, but there's also regulations that go along with it. And as far as I know, there were no regulations that were passed regarding what was happening. But in addition to that, Law and Order Committee also received a report from the prosecutor's office with Acting Chief Prosecutor Jennifer Henry, who did inform the Law and Order Committee that there was a lot of other issues that were coming up at that time that made it really difficult to really ask those tough questions and to respond. But I believe Acting Chief Prosecutor Jennifer Henry, did state that there were laws in place already that the Department of Health or even Department of Public Safety could have used to be able to go into these farms. So we have been getting reports on what has been happening, but it has been limited because of the litigation that is currently in place. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments regarding this matter? Not hearing anything, I'm going to assume that this part of the agenda has been completed, and that we can go ahead and we can move forward with the meeting, which is the recommendation for follow-up in meeting. Are we okay with that, Chair Naz?
Sure, move right along. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Naz. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward, committee members, since there are no questions regarding the hemp farm cleanup activities, rangers and police officers' authority and jurisdiction. We'll be moving on to item number 4 on the agenda, recommendations and follow-up meetings. Committee members, are there any recommendations for, I believe Chair Naz did make a recommendation for a follow-up meeting regarding the jurisdiction of enforcement issues by enforcement officers. And so there have been a few recommendations that have been made. Chair Naz, do you want to continue with that recommendation?
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, yes, we would like to have a follow-up meeting within about 30 days or so. And as you stated at the beginning of when you took over the gavel here, that you would like to have a breakdown of items for committees as well as programs to-do list, a checkoff list. And I think since everybody is on the line today, they can each provide, just as I asked through Department of Justice, Ms. LaTanya Johnson and Michelle Begay, to provide their report that they provided today in regards to the 638 funding for rangers as well as law enforcement. So things like that. And for RDC, we can pretty much just prepare all this into a full written quarterly report for our side as well. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Naz. So with that, DOJ, I want to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you, and I want to ask you,
based on the discussions that we've been having today regarding the jurisdiction of rangers, and it seems like the jurisdiction is a little bit a broader issue because we also talked about the jurisdiction of rangers when we were talking about the hemp issue. So DOJ, do you currently have a list of tasks that need to be completed before we can proceed forward with advocacy? Hello, do we have anybody from DOJ on the line?
Yes, Honorable Delegate, I'm still on the line. I can't speak to the larger issue of jurisdiction, the Rangers jurisdiction. I'm just here today with regard to the hemp issue. I don't know if anyone else from DOJ is still present to speak to those issues. But as far as hemp goes and recommendations go, the biggest thing I was supposed to communicate today was regarding that legislation we mentioned.
Thank you for that. So it's a little bit difficult, Chair Nez, since we don't have DOJ on the line. I thought maybe we still had Ms. Latanya Johnson or Ms. Michelle Begay on the line who could provide us some update on what their tasks are. I kind of almost feel like based on the discussion today, we really can't move forward until DOJ provides us, as Delegate Kealan Begay requested, kind of an analysis of what options we have available to us and whether we can modify the 638 contracts. I think that really is a big part of, leading the discussion for the next meeting on what has to be done before the next meeting. What Law and Order Committee can do is we can schedule a meeting with Department of Public Safety, and Chair Naz, we also can invite, or we will invite RDC on this call. We can schedule a meeting with BIA OJS to see what options we have available at this point. I think that would help us with, deciding how the Navajo Nation can move forward, if you are good with that, Chair Naz.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, that would be fine. And also, since most of the programs that are on from Department of Resource Enforcement, as well as the prosecutor's office, they can still submit their to-do list or recommendations to both committees, since today was the day set aside for all of us to listen to these concerns, as well as to make some decisions moving forward as far as legislations. And we can have that. Ms. Begay, our advisor, can also reach out to them to file their written report to each of us to
Chair Naz, I'm sorry, did we lose you, or was that the end of your, are you done talking?
And also, I'm sorry, I apologize. That way, Ms. Begay can also formulate the agenda based on all the statements that are provided, including from the public safety and the police department as well. So that will be the end of my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Naz. So far what I got for the list of tasks to do is the Law and Order Committee will go ahead and move forward to schedule a meeting with BIA, OJS, Department of Public Safety, Resources and Development Committee, as well as probably DOJ, to ask a simple question, which is what can the Navajo Nation do to expand the jurisdictional powers for rangers? I think that will be the first step in getting information directly from BIA on what needs to be done. RDC will then go ahead and, through Ms. Begay, send us written reports that have been sent to the committee regarding this matter. Is that correct, Chair Nez?
Chair Naz, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to push my buttons here. Thank you. Chair Charles Newton, I believe we need to have a prep meeting before we bring everybody back also. And prior to that we can share and send out all the information that we had received from today's meeting as well. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Naz. So with that, normally, Chair, I don't want to, kind of be a little bossy to your committee, but what we normally do in this case with Law and Order Committee is I ask the committee members to pull out their calendar books and to look at a date that they have possibly open. Is this, my first question is this prep meeting that you're requesting, is this going to be before the 30-day follow-up meeting, or is this, I guess, part of the 30-day follow-up meeting?
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. What we can do is have a prep meeting the week before the 30 days and just refreshing all the information in our minds as to what we had discussed, and just review the statements, the written statements that have been submitted. Thank you.
That's a great idea. Thank you for making that suggestion, Chair Naz. So with that, Law and Order Committee members, if we could again pull up our calendars to see what dates we have available. If we are to schedule the 30-day meeting, today is the 23rd, and I believe that the week of April 19th through the 23rd, we do have Navajo Nation Spring Council. So the meeting, the 30-day follow-up meeting, will more than likely fall after Navajo Nation Council. So if there is a specific date, Chair Naz, that you would like to propose, I would like to propose the 27th, Tuesday. Law and Order Committee normally meets on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Mondays of the month per the code. So that would mean that on the 19th, our meeting would be rescheduled to another time. However, we do have a Law and Order Committee meeting scheduled for April 26th. So if you and your committee members are okay with April 27th, that is a possible date that we could meet. I also have to admit, Chair Naz, that I have not updated my calendar with the speaker's calendar. I know that at that time there's probably going to be a lot of meetings discussing the ARPA money that's going to be coming down from the Navajo Nation. I do recall Speaker Damon at Navikiatsket last Thursday did mention that at the end of March that there will be several work sessions that will be scheduled with the Speaker's office so that we can start moving towards the ARPA, receiving the ARPA funds, and then also, leading the, leading the way on where those funds will be going. So it's a little bit hard to predict at this point after Navajo Nation Council what our schedule is going to look like because of the ARPA funds. So do you have any suggestions on dates, Chair Naz?
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. The 27th currently would probably work for us as well, since RDC meetings are held every Wednesday. And normally we have leadership meetings on Monday and Tuesday, but we can fit it in on the 27th. That's on a Tuesday of April. So we're good about 9 o'clock.
Law and Order Committee members, are we good with April 27th? I should also mention that the speaker's calendar has not come out yet, so technically we are one step ahead of Speaker's office. If we scheduled this meeting and he decides to schedule another meeting, we can at that point let him know that we do have a LOC RDC meeting. Law and Order Committee members?
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, this is Shami. Madam Chair, this is Shami.
Shami, go ahead.
Madam Chair, if we are in consensus with setting the meeting for April 27, 2021, I can do a memo to confirm that date so that RDC and LOC would have that, that Tuesday confirmed. So if you are in consensus, I can do that. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Shami. I didn't hear any objections from Law and Order Committee members, so I'm going to assume that April 27th is going to work fine. Chair Nez, are you good with 9 o'clock in the morning?
Thank you. Did you hear me, Charles?
Yes. No.
Okay.
No, we didn't. I just heard thank you. Chairman Nez, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. We're good with it. We concur with the 27 at 9 o'clock in the morning is good. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Nez. So with that, yes, Shami, I don't want to, direct you to do something. You're not our legislative advisor, but yes, if you could assist us with setting that date aside at 9 o'clock, I think that would be great. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and start working on the BIA meeting, probably the week of April 12th. But again, Chair Nez, I will confer with you before I set that meeting with BIA OJS.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. And also, since we're still having a discussion, and also we do have a BIA Regional Director, Mr. Bart Stevens, on the line. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you for letting me know that, Chair Nez. Mr. Stevens, can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, hey, Mr. Stevens, thank you for joining us on this call today. We are currently scheduling another joint Law and Order Committee RDC meeting. Is there anything that you would like to say at this time, Mr. Stevens? If so, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton. Thanks everyone for having me on this call. I apologize, I was late. I didn't have any availability this morning or earlier this afternoon, but I wanted to at least jump on and hear what I could. I just brings back good memories to hear all you guys talking and some of the dialogue that's happening and the issues and concerns that are facing the Navajo Nation. And again, I didn't hear most of the conversation from today, as I said, but I'm just happy to be a part of this. And if there's anything that I can do to provide information, or the staff at BIA, we have several that are on the call as well, can be more responsive or be responsive, I guess, to your issues and concerns, we certainly extend that again. And thanks again for having me. It's indeed a pleasure to be back for this short time to engage with you all in conversations. And of course, I'm still available, although I'm not the regional director right now. Mr. Sosi still remains until April 17th, and then we'll definitely revisit that and see where we go from there. But nonetheless, thanks for having me, and it's good to be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stevens. It's always great to hear your voice and also know that you are taking an interest in some of the issues that are happening here on the Navajo Nation. So we appreciate you being on the call, and know that we won't hold it against you that you had other meetings. We appreciate that you are here with us today. Chair Nez, is there anybody else that RDC would like to recognize at this time?
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, no, I believe we said all we needed to say today, so thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you for that, Chair Nez, and thank you, Mr. Stevens, again for being on the call.
So with that, committee members, we did discuss the recommendations and also the follow-up meetings that will be scheduled. We are now on item number 5 on the agenda, which is the conclusion of the meeting and adjournment. I don't know how RDC handles this in this case when we have joint meetings. Do you guys do a motion to adjourn, or do you guys just go straight to adjournment after the floor is open to committee members? Chair Naz?
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Noon. I certainly appreciate your committee and Resources and Development Committee for having a day of discussion to really focus on how we can help certain programs like Department of Resource Enforcement, the Rangers, and other concerns today. And this really helps the employees that are involved in this daily task of putting their lives on the line, as well as enforcing and providing certain citations to people when they violate laws. So I just want to say thank you for taking the time today, and everybody else. And we normally just go ahead and concur that we all will adjourn and don't have any motions, since this is only a leadership meeting. So thank you very much, Honorable Chair Charles Noon, and your committee members.
Thank you so much, Chair Naz. It's always a pleasure chairing meetings with you. So with that, are there any committee members from RDC or LOC who would like to say something before we adjourn? Not hearing anything. I will. Oh, I'm sorry. Delegate Mark Freeland.
Freeland, yeah. Good afternoon, sister. Sorry, I'm losing signal going between Standing Rock and Crown Point. Shanat, thank you for this very important conversation between RDC and LOC, as well as all of the other stakeholders involved. I really want to encourage us as leadership again to let's keep our options open. And you know, this whole thing that went down up there in the San Juan River area really left a sour taste in our mouth. And, you know, I was really looking forward to potential development of hemp and revising our laws and whatnot, and utilizing it and doing it in a right way, in a safe and right way, and using it as a potential revenue source to help, you know, some of our programs and divisions operate through the general fund. You know, that whole idea concept of revenue sourcing is important. We need to figure that out continually. I was really excited for this, you know, even for the program to begin at NAPI. I was looking forward to, you know, getting a report and update and results of that. You know, then all this went down, and it really left a, you know, bad impression on a lot of us. And, you know, it was done the wrong way. And I wish we could have done it the right way, and we could have probably been far along right now, with other areas of you know, development. So I just want to ask if that option's still available, Shanta, if we could keep our options open, be open-minded about it again. I don't know if what happened is going to preclude us from moving forward with what we need to do to look at that development, because, you know, you think about the tax base, you think about the incentives that it could bring to the nation's government or the coffers. You know, I just think of I always think about what New Mexico is doing with their recreational marijuana, and they're going to be taxing that at 12%. And that's a high volume of taxes that they get. And, you know, I always thought we could do something like that with the hemp too. But I just want to encourage us as leadership, Stasia, thank you for running the meeting, the second part of the meeting. Alshana, Chairman Nez, and Chairwoman Charles Newton. Thank you very much, other colleagues and both committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Shana, Delegate Mark Freeland, for those words, and I think that we are all in agreement with that. So with that, Law and Order Committee members, RDC members, are there any other delegates who wish to speak at this time before we adjourn? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and Chair Nez, if you are in consensus, it is now 2:36. We can go ahead and adjourn this joint leadership meeting if you are in consensus, Chair Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. I appreciate your team with us and the work you do along San Juan River in collaboration with my chapters here. I just want to say thank you, and I do concur that we probably should wrap up now and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nez. It is now 2:36. This joint leadership meeting is hereby adjourned. We appreciate all of the people who have come forward to discuss this issue. We thank BIA, we thank DOJ. We also thank at this time the delegates who also shared their thoughts and their concerns on this matter. So with that, we're hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Be safe. Everybody be safe. Wear your mask. Social distance.
Law and Order and RDC adjourned at 2:36 p.m. for the record.
Thank you, Shami. Have a good day.